So what you want, all right? So what you want to do in Illustrator is if you want to add a color to this background, you just have to use the shape tool. It's just easy, like I just straight and direct, nothing too far. You want to add color to the background. It, this one by default, this one has a fill, and this one there is a stroke. So I don't want the stroke. I just want the fill. So I have selected a rectangle, a square because I mean obviously this is a square. If I just drag and drop, all right. So you see, I just drag and drop. This is the background now to this image. So by default, when you open Illustrator, the background it has is white. All right. So this is it. So now the issue now here is that as I have this background now, if I am doing anything on it, it will be it will be clickable, right? Let me input a text. Okay, I have added a text. Show you so text color. Change it here. Right. So I have this text. I have this background. I mean, you will see if I click on the text, selection is around the text. If I click on the background, the selection is around the background. So now the problem now is I don't want this background to be clickable. I want it there locked in. That means everything I do will not even affect the background. Like if I try to select and move like this, I've selected both, but I just want one. So I just click on the background. Remember, in Illustrator, you can have plenty elements under one layer, right? So if I just click down on the layer, I'll see that of the background. I will lock it. There's a lock icon. It directly beside the visibility icon. Remember the visibility icon from Photoshop. So it is here also in Illustrator. If I turn it off, you see it has gone. But this time around, I don't want it gone. I just want to lock it in place. So anything I do not drag it or touch it. So like this now, see, I'm only able to work with this one. If I select everything, nothing is happening to the background. So that's one easy way. I mean, the quickest way I even add this into the background. I don't use any other method at all. So I just use this one and add my. So that's that for that. So what we're trying to do now is you say we should sketch simple logos, just something simple, right? So we'll see how we can use different tools to make logos, right? Okay, so the first thing you have to do is when you are designing a logo, like you have been tasked as a designer to design a logo. When you have been tasked as a designer to design a logo, the first thing you have to do is you have to carry out research, right? You have to carry out research into the industry which that business belongs to. You have to just like see similarities between the logos they have and sometimes colors if the client does not give you colors, but other times you just check the colors for just inspiration. But it is the client the client's value of the brand's value that would actually give you the colors sometimes that you'll be able to get colors from. But other times you have some companies they have their colors already, they will give you. Other times some don't have color, they'll just tell you to just do something nice. So in cases where they don't have color, now you have to like now think of what does this brand intend to do? What is their motivation, their mission? If they want to be trusted, you know that if they want to be trusted, the first color that comes to your mind is blue, but the other colors too that represent it. You understand? So if they don't give you the color, this is where you now start making research into which color would be able to give the values they want to provide, right? So that is that. So when you do your research will include you checking out different logo styles and which logo you feel might work for this type of brand, right? So after you do that now, so the next step is you have to start sketching. And when you hear sketching, do not be scared thinking it is like drawing, like you have to like draw one big idea of anything. No, no, no. Your sketching can just be line. It's just to jot down your ideas. Like, okay, this is how the logo I want it to be. I want to just make sure I want to fuse in maybe a dog and a bucket. You understand? So you just it might some people don't even sketch. They just write down the idea because sometimes at the end of the day, some people don't sketch. They just have the idea of what they want to do. They come into Illustrator and they start doing the things they have. So, but then it is good practice to sketch nonetheless. It is good practice to sketch. You just, if you, not everybody knows how to draw. Matter of fact, I don't know how to draw again anymore. I just like make small, small shapes, small, small things that look like this thing. All right. So, if you have done your sketches, the first thing you want to do is take a picture of it now on your phone. So, the reason for it is that after you finish your sketches, would import the sketch to Illustrator. So you use it for reference when you are designing the logo. So if you have done your sketches, just quickly take a picture of it. So I'm currently taking a sketch of my tiny sketch, my tiny, a pic of my tiny sketches rather. Okay, so let me import it to my PC. Okay, Lufumila, I say my voice is breaking. Okay, please, if it is the same thing across, please let me know. All right.
I guess it's an because it's clear.
Okay, okay. Thank you. All right. So if you are done sketching, so I'm coming. I'm still trying to. Okay. All right. So let me go back to my Illustrator. All right. So I have my sketch ready now. So I go to File, Place, then I place. Right. Just placed on the artboard. So yes, it's the same thing. It's the same method of placing too. You can drag and drop and you can place. But in this case, you have just place, not place embedded. So I have just place. So these are my sketches, but I'll not be doing everything. So I'll most likely, let me just scale them up. Let me scale them up. Hmm. All right. So if you have your sketches imported, let us know. So when you import your sketch, put it on the artboard, lock the layer, create a new layer on top because you don't want to interfere with this one. You just want to use it as a reference.
Mr. Da, how do we import it? I don't understand.
Drag and drop or go to file and place. Have you snapped it on your
Yes,
phone?
yes, yes, I've
So
done
from
that.
your phone, send it to your system.
Yeah, I've done that. Okay, I
Okay.
just placed it on the Adobe. All right, I know how to
Yeah.
place. No problem.
All right. All right. That's good. Okay. All right. So I guess Pascal, which design you want to steal? All these ones. Okay, you see something like P. Okay, there's no
Yes,
problem. Yeah, no problem. But this is not fine. And not none of this ones. You can see sketches are just
it's not that one. It's the one up.
this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
this
the one
one.
beside it. Yeah, that
There's
one,
no
that one.
problem. I can send you the picture. Maybe you remake the logo or you tweak the this thing.
Yeah, no
Whatever way.
problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. All right. So I'm looking for. Let me share what I'm searching for. Let me share. Okay, so I think I can see this. This is Behance, right? So this one I get confused. I don't know if it is Behance or Behance, right? But nonetheless, we are here. This is where we are. We have Behance.net. So what I'm looking for here is brand identity or brand guidelines. Okay, finished. It has complete. So I'm looking for good brand guideline. Comment. Is this in zoomed out? Zoomed is so much in, oh, sorry. Go out. What am I doing? Why is it in my face? Eh, oh, okay. Yeah. I see what I want. Okay, yes. So This is a brand guideline, right? You can see from the documents. Just let's start from here. This page, right? This is a brand guideline. So this is just to introduce us to what brand guideline is. So now this is the content of the brand guideline. So the brand guideline is a document. It's a document that contains the information, the logo, the general information of the logo you designed. But if you know you are designing just one logo, like just one off logo, like you could have clients that would come to you and say they need a logo, right? If they need just the logo, you don't need brand guidelines really. But if you are branding for them, that means if you are you're branding for them, that means you are designing the logo and you are designing other items for them. We call them deliverables. If you are designing the logo, you are designing the logo, you are designing things like letterhead, you are designing merchandises for them. Like, you are doing plenty designs for them that you are actually covering from the beginning of the design to the end of it, right? So it is branding because you have designed everything for them. In fact, some people even go as far as if they have a premises that means a workplace where they are, you could design maybe things like patterns that you can use maybe on their walls or on their products and the rest, right? So this is quite an extensive brand guideline. So the first thing on the guideline, we see the content now. We have the about, that means about the brand story, the brand mission. You have to like include it. So, but then if you have just a client that does not really have plenty of distance, then you may not include. So you have the target audience, you have the brand values, right? So you see all of these things right here. The introduction now, yeah. When you're making research, you actually consider these things. You have to consider the brand story, the brand mission, the vision, the target audience, and the brand values, right? So when you are designing the logo, you are making research before you design the logo. You know, the target audience and the brand value actually determines what type of logo and what type of color you use. Remember when we spoke about designing something for the elderly that you not use bright colors like shouty colors like that for them because bright colors are for they appeal more to younger people and kids, right? It is not that the elderly don't like black color, but you understand what we're trying to do. They're trying to make them calm, right? Okay, let's say a masseuse now, right? A masseuse, someone that massages people. You get so if a masseuse has a brand or a logo, the overall sense of you wanting to get a massage in the first place is to be calm, to calm your nerves and just relax, right? And you want to, you as a masseuse or you as a designer, if you have to jump on a project like that, you want to make sure that the logo you are doing captures a serene mood, a serene atmosphere. So you believe that it is the color you give. If it is a big project, it is the color you give, which you do not really give colors because you feel like this color is fine. No, you carry out research into finding which color exudes serenity, calmness. So it is this color that you'd give that the masseuse may even use to paint their premises, right? So you have to do the research. So you have to do the research to cover things like the brand values and the target audience before you make the logo. So the brand guideline basically now is you'd have distance inside. You had you the second one you have the brand logo. That means the logo, meaning of the logo, the structure of the logo, minimal clear space, small version, placement, all this is. Then the next one you have the color palette. You see primary color, primary fonts, secondary fonts. Okay, this is typography, excuse me. Then the next one you have stationery, like the business card, letterhead, social media posts, merchandises, right? So now let's begin into the from the first one, introduction. Remember, this is a document. So when you finish, you have to export it in PDF. So this is a document now. So the first thing we have is introduction, right? And about the company. So in your brand guidelines, you want to include about the company. Wait, let me share this thing in case you want to be going through it, yo. Investor, you have your own design. I hope it is simple enough for starters to work with. Investor. All right. So yes, I have just shared the link now in case you want to
Yes,
follow.
my design is very simple. It's very, very simple. It's for a logistics company.
Okay, okay, very good. All right.
Yeah.
So the first thing is about the company. You can see there's about the company. This is fine. There's alignment. There's this is asymmetrical balance. This is bigger than this one, so but at least it still makes sense. Then under I have the elements going across, and so this is about the company. This is the brand story. That means so if your brand actually gives you all of these things, yeah. If they give you, that means if they give you, that means you can include them in your brand guideline because you this brand guideline now you actually designed it for you designed it not really for you, right? You designed it for them. So when you design it, you give it back. But you have to note that this brand guideline now will also it is like part of your design packages. Like these are the things that would make up your pricing system. So if you have to design a one-off logo, meaning you just want to design just one logo and give them, then you might choose to give them the price as to what you may charge, right? But if now it is branding you are doing, yeah, your branding, you need to include the logo. It will include the primary logo, secondary logo. The thing about primary logo and secondary logo is what we said that day that the primary logo, excuse me, primary logo would have the logo in its full color. If you have like two colors, like take Next Factory's logo for instance. You know, when the logos are together, you have the blue and the black. That is the primary logo. That is the primary logo, the one that has the two colors. So the secondary logo now is the one that has just one color. So you know, let's fact two colors or let's say three colors for their logos. They have blue, they have black, and they have white. Because I mean they place all of this is on white background. So obviously I think white is included in the brand color. So the secondary logo is now you will now make that logo, you will now make it one color monochrome of the different colors of the brand's color palette. Instances is the way Next Factory has blue, black, and white. You will now make the logo. We're talking about the secondary logo now. You now make the logo all blue, all white, all black. That's the secondary color. Nothing to confuse about. So the next one, the brand story. We have the brand mission, the vision. So the target audience now, right? So the target audience for a solar energy brand can LinkedIn can vary depending on specific product and services. All right, so let's not take time in reading too much time in reading this one. So this is just the target audience. You have to include it. Then the brand values, right? So you see things like the values. You see things like sustainability, innovation, quality, integrity, reliability, customer centricity, collaboration, right? So you have this thing. So I don't know. Maybe if we go further down, we may see how the designer used this values in the design. I don't know, but in some cases, I actually see them. Right. So let's move. Okay. So now we are on the brand logo now. So we want to see what this designer has done. Right. So we click on the brand logo. So very good now. So this is a you see on top here. This is a primary logo. Like this is the main logo. We have this solar panels. Then you have the text inside. Lead lead deep, right? So this is the primary logo, the full logo, like the actual logo you see. So let's see. The Let me see what this logo is about. Let me zoom in. I think I'm going out. Let's see the idea behind the logo. So it says a logo is a graphic symbol or emblem that is used by organization, companies, and individuals to represent their brand. Nah, person only define what a logo is. He didn't tell us how he got this one. But nonetheless, let's just move. So this is just the primary logo. So now let's go to secondary logo icon. All right. So I said secondary logo, you could have simple. You can have maybe a simplified version of the logo. Also, you can also have the logo in different formats. This is the primary logo. You have this panels. You have the logo, the brand name going in between. Primary logo, like this is the first one. This is the first option. The first variation, yes, the word variation. This is the first variation of the logo, makes it the primary one. Then the second variation of the logo now, lead deep. So in fact, I'm even noticing something now in this one, that in this primary logo, there is this panel is not complete on this side. Then on this place now it is complete on this side. We usually don't do logos like that, because if you place them side by side now, they sort of look like different logo. Though they are, you can see they are similar, right? But because of this place, this could have just been the primary logo and just this. But I guess I'll look for another one. So this one right here is not the best practice to do, because you have actually distorted the logo. So I was even thinking this is the logo would be without this half when we go further, but apparently now he just cut this place off because he wanted to do this one. So it could have just been the primary logo and whatnot. So we have secondary logo and the icon. So the icon is just the symbol itself. The icon is just the symbol itself. So, oh yeah, so this is the meaning of the logo. This is where they got the logo idea from. So the lead deep logo is a combination of the sun, right? So in your brand guidelines or your brand guide document, this is where you also include how you got the logo, what idea you did to get the logo, and the combination of the things you do, right? So this is where you explain your design process or your thought process. How did you get this? Right? So this one says the lead logo is a combination of the sun and the solar panel grid. The logo often represents the use of solar panel as a source of power or electricity. The sun is a natural source of energy that emits solar radiation, which can be captured by solar panel. Therefore, the sun and solar panel symbolizes. Okay, yeah. Therefore, the sun and solar panel logo symbolize sustainability, renewable energy, and environmental consciousness. If you remember from the let's go back to the brand values, we have sustainability, right? So we have sustainability. So in a way, you have to like, it is not even making up a story. Yeah. When you do the research, you would know how to put each values into the logo design process or into your logo. This one now is you have sun and solar panel, right? You can see the sun, you can see the flare of the sun. All this jutting, these angles coming out, they are the flares of the sun. Then because of the way solar panels are in grids, you can also see grids in the logo itself, right? So that is, you can obviously see that, okay, yeah, this is what this person has done. Then he went further to explain how it relates to sustainability and what. So you would include the meaning of your logo in your brand guidelines. So the next one, you have the logo structure. All right. This is how the logo was made. This is how the logo was made. You can see that it's just basic shapes. You can see it's just basic shape. The first one, we have the rectangle on the outside. Do not worry about how this thing might look complex and whatnot. Don't worry about it, right? So it's just, you just have to like try as much as possible to break your logo. No matter how complex your logo is, you can still use basic shapes to do them. So it is with time, with practice, that we'll be able to get there. All right. So we have the box on the outside. Then you have circles. You have one, two, three, four. Then you have this line from middle going round. So after all of everything, then they start using shape builder to add some places and leave some other places out. So this is the logo icon structure. It's the same thing as the logo structure. This is how the logo was built. So the next one now is minimum clear space. We'll discuss this one, but a bit later. This one, most preferably in class. Most preferably in class. So yes, the next one now is minimum logo size, right? So logo size, the minimum size of the logo is 35 pixels. If the logo falls below 35 pixels, then the logo will fail to reveal its identity. So it is recommended to keep the logo within minimum 35 pixels. So this means that when we're talking about brand guidelines now, you are actually also instructing. This is the documents that are giving like a manual on how to use your logo. Say if you buy a new gadget now, if you buy a new gadget, they come with manuals, right? And these manuals will tell you how to use them. You first see pictures of the manual. You first see the pictures of the gadgets, then you see how to use them. Plenty information related to them, right? So this brand guideline also is a manual that you give your client on how to use their logo. You are the designer, so you have the power to create a brand guideline. So the brand guidelines is you giving them information on how to use the logo. Just call it the manual, right? The logo manual. So now you can see the instruction here. It says, so okay, the minimum size of the logo is 35 pixels. If the logo falls below 35, then the logo will fail to reveal its identity. So it is recommended to keep the logo within minimum 35 pixels. You can see the illustrations, right? So this, if you have any need to make your logo small, make sure it is 35 pixels. So 35 pixels is the minimum it can go. If it goes anything further than 35 pixels, then it will be so small that you may not be able to see it. And your logo could go as big as 200 pixels. Can even go over this, but it feels like this is the biggest for this logo in particular. But your logo can go over because it is a what you call a vector, so it can go over 200 pixels. But for just the sake of the document, you cannot keep putting the sizes there. So the minimum now you have to instruct your clients that the minimum the logo can go 35 pixels, and that it does not mean 35 pixels for everybody's logo. It just depends on the size. Get so the next one now is logo placement. Okay, so now like I mentioned now that your logo is your brand guideline is you instructing your clients how to use the logo. It is just a logo manual. So logo placement. In any case, the client has a need to place logo in different places, like for different usage. You have different usage of your logo. Like if you want to use your logo on social media, if you want to use your logo for flyer. So you see this how this brand guideline is very, very useful is that if this designer now that this is lady logo, yeah, if he gives them the logo and they have it and the guideline, if per adventure these people employ another designer to work on maybe their flyer, right? The first thing they would give you is their brand guideline. So you as a designer will read through the guideline. You will see how to place the logo in any case you want to place it in different position, and you will see the typography they use. So it is the first designer that did the logo that actually used the typography. That means the font they use. It is the first designer that will choose the font. You will now have to state the font they use. You'd have to put the color they use. So a new designer that comes in, right, will use it to design a project for them. So the guideline, this brand guideline actually ensures consistency in
Don't talk.
okay. Investor.
This is no good.
All right. So it is this guideline that will actually ensure that there is consistency in anything that is being designed for your brand. If you like, give it to 10. If you like, give it to hundreds of designers. So long you have your guideline with you giving them the guideline, then they will follow what is in the guideline to make your designs for you. So Now, to place the logo on the top left, you place it like this, right? This one basically now is the same thing, the same logo and everything, but it is actually important because to place it on the top left is the same here, the same here. It does not mean you have to now change it, remove the icon, put it on top, put this one at the bottom. No, to place them in different positions, you have to leave them like this, just place them. So this is just good because it is just one. If it was several styles now, you would have seen the difference. But just let your client know that okay, there's if you want to place it on this particular position, top left, you do it like this, top center, leave it like this, top right, do it like this. Don't scale it down or up. So the next one now we have the app icon. So for this one now, on our Google Drive, for those of us that use Android, our Google Drive, and the other ones, the other people who use iPhone, if you go on your Apple Store, right? I think it's the Apple Store you download apps from. I'm not pretty sure, but I'm sure of Google Play Store. I'm sure of Google Play Store. So when you go on Google Play Store and you are searching for an app, right? I think the first thing you see the name, then you see the icon, right? So you as the designer now, you are trying to cover as much ground as possible. So you also you you simulate how the logo would look on an icon bar. If it was an app, you simulate how it will look. So you have the rounded edge square for yeah, rounded edge rectangle for apps. That is what you see on your logo apps. So you have to like simulate how it looks. So all these other effects to it are just for aesthetics. Don't worry about this emboss this thing. They are for aesthetics. Don't worry about them. So you see app icon. If it was an icon on an app, this is how it will look. Right? It goes a step further to just tell the customers or the clients how the logo may look. So the next one, right? So the next one now is this logo misuse. So this is what I was trying to cover in class the other day, where someone was using different version of the logo and putting the text on it. So logo misuse now. So you have to let your clients know how a logo can be misused. So apologies. My what do you call it? Google Chrome. Yes, Google Chrome just suddenly closed. My Chrome just suddenly closed. I don't know. I believe you can hear me now.
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Okay. My Chrome just suddenly closed. I was even surprised looking for it. All right, so we are back. I am so sorry for that. All of these things have with you start stress in this country. Okay, well, okay, yeah, this is what we're looking at. So we're looking at. All right, I think we've passed here. Okay, where were we? Okay, yeah, this is where we were. Yeah, so we're here. So these are instances of the logo misuse, and you want your clients to know and you want your clients to know about how they can misuse the logo and they should not misuse it. So now we have do not change the transparency of the logo. You see the first one in this box here, the top left, the transparency has been reduced. Don't do it. You have to let your client know. In any case whatsoever, don't change the transparency of your logo. Then the next one you have do not distort the logo. So you can see this logo actually be squished or compressed. This is distorted, right? Do not distort your logo. Then the third one, do not use too much drop shadow or any other effect. Do not use it even should have been do not use drop shadow on any other effect. Don't use drop shadow on any other effect on your logo. Just leave your logo like that because you want to make sure your logo is consistent anywhere and everywhere they see it. Even if it is one color, you want them to know that okay, the moment they see this logo, they know it is your own. So don't use effect on it or anything to distort its visibility. So the next one, do not use different colors. So I mean, we've been coming this far, and we know that obviously this is not the color of your logo. All this pink and purple. So don't change the color of your logo. Don't do that. Then the next one, do not outline logo type. So this is the logo. Don't change it to an outline. So this is another instance of misuse. So do not recreate using any other typeface. So you can see the different. You remember what typeface is? So you can see the typeface here is just this one, right? So now when they try creating with other typeface, it looks weird. It looks out of place. So it is do not try recreating with any other typeface. So now that we've spoken about do not recreate with any other typeface, this is now the point where if the font you used for this logo is a paid font, you had to buy it to use for this logo, you would include the logo, you will include the typeface inside here. That means you include the link here. But if you know you are going to buy that logo, you have to include the fee in what you are charging because it cannot come out from your own charges. Oh, you are not doing anything for free. In fact, one change like this, they want to make one correction to the logo. They are paying for it because it's your time, right? So anything you are doing, if you are going to buy fonts, it is coming out of their paycheck. Don't start thinking that now we are sounding like we are heartless or anything. No, you have to include everything in the paycheck.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you have if you know the logo, the typeface you are buying, you are using, it is paid, and you actually will buy it to use it. So you have to include it, and if you are paying for it, then you put it, right? But in any case where the client refused to pay for it and you bought it and used it, just use it and leave it. Don't give them. I said it. Don't give them. If you bought it and they are not willing to pay for it, don't give them. Just give them the logo. So if they like, they should go and be using another font that is not the same with their brand. Is consistency. Is your Bible says say Aroro that killed them. The next one now we go to do not recreate using any other typeface. Oh yeah, we've covered that. Now the next one, do not apply gradients or other effects to the logo type. So you see, applied effects is just not given, just awful and different from what we've seen. Do not use on low contrast color background or background colors, right? So you see the logo, the contrast between the logo and the background is not so great. Do not use. So by default, this logo, the original logo, you're supposed to use it on a light background. Remember, you place dark icons with darker shade or dark icons, dark elements, excuse me, dark elements on a lighter background to ensure there is enough contrast, right? So the last one, I think, do not rotate the logo. You see the logo has rotated, don't do it. So this is brand guideline, right? You see, I mean, so far you've seen the things of outline is the guideline. So next, this is the pattern. This is obviously the pattern. We can see that it is a pattern, and this was they used the logo. You just repeated the logo, and you have the pattern. So part of branding, you have the pattern in it, and you see instances where this pattern became useful. I believe they used it. So yes, the third one we have our color palettes. That means the colors that the colors we used in designing this logo. So the first one we have primary color palettes. Okay, just that. So we have primary color palette. Yes. So for this design was actually just one color palette they use. So is the primary color palette. So we have vivid sky blue. The X code you have include the X code. So you don't really have to include the X code and this CMYK. You could just include the vivid sky blue and just the X code. But I mean, if you put these details, it is good. Makes your work more detailed and more, yes, just more detailed, right? So the next one we have metallic blue. That is just the name of the color. Then the X code. So if you type this X code inside anywhere, you would get the same color. You put this X code inside any place, Illustrator, Photoshop, Canva, and any software you put this X code that uses color, you get this color. Then you have black, you have white. All right. So they have just these colors. Now the next one we have the typography. That means the text that was used. So let's see the name of the text. So they have primary text. Okay, they have the primary text. They have Poppins. Yeah, this is Poppins, right? So the type you see that it says typeface, right? Primary typeface, not primary font. So that means typeface now, the name of the font used. So you have Poppins, then this is not the font now. You have Poppins regular. So these Poppins you can get it on Google Font. I think someone shared the Google Font this morning. Digital Fab or somebody. Thank you for doing. Yes, and thank you, Tomisin. Thank you, Digital Fab, for sharing those resources. So what I was actually gathering, Tomisin has shared it honestly. In fact, he even has some more this thing that I was not even aware of or I don't know about. So Tomisin has actually shared the this. So if you need resources, just consult what Tomisin shared. And for extra fonts like Digital Fab shared too, you have Google Fonts. All right. So Google Font mainly you have free fonts there, so you don't worry about it. I don't know if sometimes Google Fonts have paid fonts. I don't remember. All right. So we have Poppins Medium, we have Poppins Bold. These are the type of fonts that we use. So these are the primary fonts. Then the secondary font you have Inter. So the secondary typeface you have Inter regular, Inter medium, Inter bold. So the thing now is that in some cases whereby the brand may not find this one. I don't know why they may not find this one because this is a free font. You may provide a similar font that they can use just in place. You understand? You may provide a similar font. That was why this one was used as secondary. So you have to also include the font, the typeface you use. So now this goes to say that as you are designing your research process, as you are designing for anything you use, if you use a typeface, a font, you have to write the name down. You ought to have like a jotter or a pad that you'll be jotting your processes on. So you have to write the typeface down because at the end of the day, when you finish, you want to include that typeface and you want to include the weight you use. Did you use regular? Did you use bold? You understand? So you have to like be documenting your process and everything you do to be included in the brand guidelines. So now next up we have the stationery, right? This is mock-ups now. These are mock-ups because you've actually designed something that would look how the logo would be used in real life situation. So stationery. So the first one we have a card. So the first one we have this card. You can see how the logo was used, right? It's placed, nothing distorted, nothing tweaked. It's just placed like that, and it was placed in the center. So this is just one sweet and simple mock-up straight up. Then this is another one. You can see that it is still that logo. The color did not change. The color of the logo did not change. But you may notice that this white changed. This one changed. Let me go back. On this place now, this lead the text is black, right? That is because the background is white. So to ensure that it is visible, it is there. And remember, in the color palette, they also have black in their color palette. They also have white in their color palette. In fact, the color of the background is part of their color palette. That is why when I was counting Net Factory's color palette, I was counting, I think, was I counting four? I counted blue, black, and white. Yes, yes. I was counting blue, black, and white. So even though in the logo there is no white on it, right? Even though the logo there was no white on the logo, but you see on the background there's white on it. So obviously the white is part of the color palette. So now this one now, remember that they have black as part of their color palette. So this background is black. Then they change this thing for visibility to white. Right. So see the letterhead now. See the placement of it. And this is part of their color. This also is part of their color. And you can see the icons here also have this color, right? But you know it is normal that your text would be black. And in fact, to their advantage, black is even part of their color panel or their color palette. All right. So this is a letterhead. You can see the logo in use. Yeah, okay. I have this mock-up. I use it from time to time. All right. So I don't know. It's just large, kind of. All right. So this is a mock-up. This is official mock-up. You have a letterhead. You have the envelope. You have I've forgotten what this is. This is DC. This is this. What we call it. So we have this one. We have clip. This paper clip. You have the pencils. So this here is business cards or cards or might be covers, but on my own they are titled business cards though. So but for just this for the sake of this design, you can see that person just place the logo here, then on the background they use just the icon. On the letterhead too, just this is another type of a letterhead. I think this one is okay, this one contains the letter main letter, and this one is you can have this one too if you want to. It is your brand, it is your choice. I mean if you have everything of the same color and kind of is sweet, right? So you have just the icon used here. You have the logo placed here. You see the logo. So everything actually is of the color, right? Don't mind the wood. I mean, they don't have to change the wood now. You said no, they don't have to change the wood. So yes, but the main thing about the brand itself is they are retaining the color of the brand. So this one also is another form of an envelope. You can see the pattern used on the background and everything the same color, nothing foreign. So now for social media, how the color will be used on social media, you have to tell your clients. So this is a banner or a header, just like you have your LinkedIn header, like that thing you place on that top, this very long this thing. So yeah, this is your header. So this is your header. Then oh yeah, I mean I've not even gone this far to know about if they had LinkedIn. So this is this is actually a mock-up. Yeah, this is a mock-up, but it is to show the brand how their logo would appear on their LinkedIn page, right? So the first thing you have is the logo here, then you have the panel and the color on the background. So this is how it will appear on LinkedIn. And remember, it is you design the header. So if you are going to design the header now, include it in your price. So that is what branding is about. You will do the designs across different platforms. So I don't know if you've seen job description that states that you test design across different platforms. This is what they mean. You do it across different platforms. If it is for social media, if you are going to print it, it is that letterhead. So you, if they say you are going to test logo across different platforms, don't sweat it. It is things you would get used to and do, right? So they have merchandises now. So this is a tape. This is a tape. So that means if they peel the tape, plaster it on anywhere, it has the logo on it, and on inside of the tape has the logo. Everything is white and blue. You can see the consistency. So if they have, yes, this is a helmet, and you have the logo plastered on the front in white. I can remember that they have the color of the helmet itself. They have it in the color palette. Also another color palette, and to ensure um, to ensure contrast, you see the logo was changed to all black, right? You see it was changed to all black. That means they did not go outside of, if they have used the original logo on this place. Remember that the original logo actually has a shade of this blue. So if they use it on this place, it will not have a great contrast. And if they even use white, you will not see it very well. So that is why they had to use black, which is also in their color palette, right? So everything they've been doing so far, and everything you have to do as a designer, you have to ensure there's consistency in everything you do, right? So you can see how the logo is changing, but it's still in the same frame. So that is that. Then if you have this banner outside, this is how, if they have this banner outside, this is how it will look. If they print it, you get, so they designed this one. So this is also a mock-up. Even this one, everything here, they are all mock-ups, all right. So if you need them, just search for their specific name on varieties of. So these are stickers too. These are stickers. So these are like peelable stickers that you pull on your vehicle, your cups, or your books. Right? These are stickers too. You can see the consistency in them. So yes, if you want what do they call this? Is it 3D print or signage print? I'm not getting it, but at least you can see this thing is in 3D. It's just the logo, and you have the bragger. If you want to have a signage outside your place, the logo can be used for you. This is how it will look. Yes, remember that mock-up is to show you how your logo will function in a real life situation, right? So that is that. Then the next one, you have a bag. This is like a tote bag. Is this a tote bag? It's not look big. Oh.
It's a tote bag, sir.
Okay, the tote bag. So it look like I'll put a child inside. All right. So this one is also a mock-up. This is also a mock-up. So you don't have to worry about creating this. That is why there's mock-up. So mock-up will save you time. So in the cases where you find and you not see mock-up, or the mock-ups you are seeing are paid for, then if you have the knowledge of how to create mock-up, you can just go ahead and create it. But the first thing I just do is look for mock-up. Honestly, it saves time. You see the logo, how the logo functions on the mock-up. Then what is this? Honestly, I don't know what this is. Is this a screen? Whatever this is, right? The logo is still legible and you can see it there. Okay, so that is the end. But yeah, that is the end of this guideline, right? So you can see where everything started. You can see. So it is good practice to actually include these things, but table of content. But some people don't really include table of content. You just go ahead and do what to do. So I think, where did we check? Which one? Let me just look. Okay, this is what we checked, right? So let me look for another one. Look for another one. Let me see. So you can take your time. Honestly, take your time. Go through Behance. You will see the thing in just look for brand guidelines or brand identity. Then you see the logos, you see the things inside. Okay, this one has 7.2K likes, so it might good. Let me see. Okay, so the first one we have green lead brand guideline. You see, this one called this the identity manual, right? Brand guidelines, but subtitle is identity manual. So so you say all of green leads brand features are proprietary. If you also use any trademark, okay, this is us. It's an overview. An overview. This document communicates the brand identity of Greenlead, clearly articulating the mission, values, and persona for the design of for all subsequent brand artifacts. So see the table of content, right? So I think so far we've not even gone far into this one, but from here we can see the colors that are used, and we know that okay, these colors are consistent, and these are definitely the brand's color. So this is like a grand green. This is like a metallic blue. Not sure of this one. Then you have white. So now I can, without even seeing the color palette yet, I'm thinking you have like just three color palettes: this blue, white, and this green. So the logo first. So the green lead logo. The main logo consists of an icon and a word mark. A word mark is minimal and sharp. It stands for nature. For nature. Okay, so I sent the link yesterday on for from 99 Designs to check the different types of logo and how to use them. Right. So, but for now, we'll just talk about different. If you checked it, good. If you do not check, then you may have to just go and read through. All right. So he said an icon and a word mark. This is an icon. This one here is the icon. Then the word mark is the name of the brand. Just word mark. So you know some brands actually have just their name as a logo. It is a type of logo. It is called word mark. So you can have the two when you have word mark and an icon together. I think we call them combination mark, right? So you can have icon and word mark together, then you have combination mark. Right? It just has words. So the meaning of the logo. Now, this is the idea behind the logo. They have bulb symbolizes an idea, then a person. So just like the bulb from the above picture or figure, the small circle also represents an idea, and this is the person. All right. So initially, by looking at this logo, honestly, I could not really tell what this is about, right? But from the explanation from the meaning of the logo is well crafted and constructed proportionately. The icon has an individual meaning behind it. So it is your job as a graphic designer or the designer to explain your thought process, how you got the logo and what the logo is doing and the elements, right? So this one says the logo is well crafted and constructed proportionately. The icon has an individual meaning behind it. So we studied basic shapes. I mean, you can't see logo is actually basic shape. We studied basic shape and use them in the logo to incorporate the meaning of individual with an idea and an idea that can change the world and save the nature. We use green to we used green as to symbolize nature, environment, and Mother Earth. So now, this designer is actually talking about the color rationale, the reason why they use green, right? So he's talking of how they got the logo, and you can see how everything was even broken down. So you can do this. So the logo construction now, how they constructed the logo, just had lines. Then you have this simple circle, then this circle on that, then this one on this side. Then you use your shape builder to remove this part. Then you leave this part. Then voila, you have this logo. So you can see that honestly, I think sometimes the hardest part in creating a logo is generating the idea. For me, that is just the hardest part. If you've generated the idea and you are maybe used to Illustrator, then creating the logo is easier because all you want to do is use basic shape. But if your logo is a word mark, you don't have to use basic shape because you just type the word and that is that. Okay, so you can see so far just basic shapes. So we this is proportion and it is clear spacing. All right. So I said we'll talk about this later. Please, somebody write it somewhere. So in class tomorrow, this is the first thing we'll talk about clear spacing. So exclusion zone. Okay, this is also the clear spacing too. Just okay. So now let's go back to the minimum size now. So 35 pixels is the minimum height size of green. Okay. Now we have seen 35 pixels. We chopped 35 pixels in the previous one. Now we have 35 pixels here now. Apparently, it looks like, let me see, what is the minimum height size of a logo? Coming. Minimum height size of a logo. Recommended that a logo. Okay, there are varieties to it. There are varieties to it. So if you see, you have different things. So I think 35 pixels is fair within a safe range. So you can see the designer also have placement. They have placement of how you place your logo. I remember that your brand guideline is a manual to give your clients on how to use the logo or how not to use the logo. So the placement is also the same as this one. So if you want to, if you don't have to crack your brain to start designing brand guideline. No, if there are already guidelines out there like this one, you can just come to Behance, just gather plenty for inspiration, just look for one, you to do it. I mean, you can see that this same thing, somebody else did it, right? This is just like a template. Somebody else has done this, does not mean it's the same thing. Somebody just did it as a template, and this person has done. We don't even know who's the original owner. We don't even know if this was even the original owner before that person used it, right? So they're just out there. You just download it. If it is not, I think it's not downloadable on Behance. So you can just open your Behance file, then use it for inspiration. Do your own brand guidelines. So the next one we have reversed and single color. Okay, so we have, this is the primary logo. Then if you are using the logo on a dark background, you make sure that the word mark, which is the name, is lighter. Then if you are using the logo on a green background, and remember that all of these colors are actually the brand's color, right? You have to just make sure there is legibility, you can read it, and you do not still go outside of the brand logo. So you have single colors, you have green, which is this one, then you have green lead. So you have this one again. You see the logo on a black background, it is also white, right? So you see that is about the color of usage of the logo. So now don't. The other file, it was called logo misuse, but this one is don'ts. So it's just like do's and don'ts, but for this case, it's don'ts. So the first don't we have is don't distort the logo in any way. Don't distort it in any way. This is distorted. Don't place the logo against background that doesn't create contrast. We have always been hammering on contrast. Do not put your logo in any background that does not give good contrast, right? Do not change the original logo, solid logo with an outline. Don't do it. Don't add drop shadow. See, don't change letter spacing. The spacing is the letter spacing is the space between each alphabet of your logo. Don't change it. Leave it. Don't add any kind of gradient or use any color that other than the color palette. So you see this are done. So these are things you include in your brand guidelines. So the next one we have lockups. Lockups are just another name for like full logo. Just lockup. So but this lockup, they are showing it in relation to if there is a partnership. That means if you want to place the logo against another logo, right? This is how you do it. You see, this person even went as far as doing it whereby, like I said, as designers, yeah, designers are overthinkers because you will think for how to design the logo. Then you now think of how the instances, different instances where they want to use the logo. Honestly, right, all these brand guidelines are really short. Like, okay, so far we are on page 11. I can't remember how many pages the previous one was. You can have, if you are working for a big brand that are paying you serious quid, I'm sorry, serious money, right? If you're working for a big brand like that, your guideline will be so complex, not really complex, will be explicit. That means plenty. You have to like do give the logo in different instances where they use it, that they'll be able to know that okay, yeah, we pay solid money for this thing. So we have and proper information of how to and how not to. Right. So the next one we have secondary logo. You know, primary logo. This is the primary logo. Primary logo it places the G by the side, right? I think. Yes. The primary logo places the G by the side on the left. Then the second logo is a variation of that same logo. So we have secondary logo. You can place the G up and you can have the logo here. Now, so in this one now they have the tagline or the slogan. Tagline or slogan is just short message that is attached to business like Nike, just do it. That's just do it is called tagline or slogan. Lagos State. So Lagos State, I don't know their tagline. Is it City of Excellence or Eko Nibaje? Lagos self is confused. Nigeria, giant of Africa. It is not a tagline. So wait, let me see. Oh. All right. So in some cases, you would have logos that have the clients will insist you put your tagline. So you may just put the tagline maybe under here, or you can have this one. So it depends on the different cases. So we have patterns too. So patterns can be anything, but could just make sure that it is the color of your brand of the you are working on. So we have this pattern now. You see, the pattern does not really have anything to do with this. I'm not sure anything the pattern was gotten from here, but at least the color remains the same and the brand can use it. So you can change you can make your logo the pattern like the previous one, and you can choose something else. But just make sure that the pattern you've created now is using the color of your the brand you're working on. So the next one is typography. Remember that you always input typography in it. You always input. So the typeface, you can see they're always writing typeface, right? Typeface, our main typeface is Poppins for both presentation and Google Slides. So now for the purpose of this is the Google slide now, like this presentation. So we have Poppins, and all of this one right here are the fonts. That means the weights, the characters of them. So this is the typeface is Poppins. Then you have this is thin. I think this is thin italics. This is regular, but this is black. This is bold, right? So they just have the typeface. You have to include them. So yeah, you remember the tagline we're talking about. So for this brand now, their tagline is our tagline should always be in product sounds bold while using it as headline. All right. Okay, it's product sounds bold. Yes, I knew there was a typo there. So now I was saying the reason why you are creating this brand guideline is you want to cover almost everywhere or every instance of when this logo is being used, of anything that is being used, as long as it is you that designed it. You want to cover the instances of any place this thing is used. So for this tagline now, yeah, the instruction is saying that anytime, anytime at all, the brand wants to use the tagline as a headline, the tagline must appear in product sans bold. Product sans bold is actually a typeface too. This is a typeface, right? This is another name of another typeface of font. So if the brand wants to use this tagline leading for a green world, let me back to this one so we'll see one. So this is their tagline. Remember, leading for a green world. So anytime they want to use it as a headline, they must use this font, product sans bold. If they use any other font, then they are on the long thing. So they must use this font. So the next one is weights and styles. So maintain the font pairing, tracking, leading, and paragraph headlines. So now, for instance, now, yeah, the font pairing is that means two fonts. Font pairing is two fonts that you use. Like if you would have the way you have headings, the way we usually have headings. You know when we were doing when we did the design of about us that we did, you know, we had the headline or the heading as meet me, which was bold, then the body of the text was actually smaller, right? So where font pairing comes into play is that for the headline would be a different font. Then Tomisi, can you mute yourself, please? All right, thank you. So again, I was saying the about me, we about us we created, right? The first thing we have is we usually have headings, which are usually bold. Then we have body of a text, usually smaller. So we have things this thing called font pairing. So you'll be able to use one type of you're able to use one type of font, then another type of font. But this is where plenty people actually get it wrong. But there is Google Font Pair. Google Font Pair actually helps you to pair two fonts together. That means, like, without going far, you can see this one that reads weight and style is one type of font. Then this one is another type of font with different characters, right? So this guideline is letting the brand know that okay, if you want to pair puppies together, if you want to pair one type of puppies together without using two different fonts, you have to make sure your H1 is the header one. It has to be this popping semi bold. Then anything that comes after H2, which is like the semi no, this is, H2 is the subheading, right? So this now is going is telling the brand that if they have heading, any type of heading at all in their project, in anywhere, be it their website or flyer or anything, the heading would be Poppins semi bold. Then the subheading would be Poppins regular. Then headline font has to be Poppins bold. Then the tracking is the space between each of this letter. That is what tracking is. So it will be 10 minus 10 and sub fonts popping semi bold tracking 0. Then body of your body now has to be poppins regular. So that means the body of anything this brand wants to do now, if it is the body, has to be poppins regular. You can see how this person is. This is what branding is about. You are creating a consistent system. You are creating a consistent system for a brand so that it will help them in any of their projects and there will be so much consistency in anything they do. So if a brand employs a new graphic designer or there is another graphic designer is collaborating, what they just need to show the person is this, they need to show this person this document. So the person will go through this document, take note that okay, if I'm to use heading, this is the font I'll use. If I'm to use that one, this is the font I'll use. Right. So Google, for instance, now has a very, very elaborate brand guidelines. They have it that you can see that all of Google's designs are the same. Almost they look the same thing across different platform, across different medium, phone, websites. Anywhere you see Google's listing, you know that it is Google because it is consistent. And that one happens because they have guideline or they have a design system. All right. So this is now a design system you are creating for. So the color palette now, let's see how many they have. Three. Remember that before we even got here, I said they might have they have three color palette because from the I saw like three. So I could easily count it. So they have pure white, they have lime. This is the name of them. They have deep blue. So this is the X code and the other color code. Okay, so that is the primary color palette. So the secondary color palette now. These are secondary color palettes. This much. I mean, in any case, the brand has a need to go outside of these three colors, then they can choose to use either of the secondary color palettes. All right. So right, so the secondary color palette was sampled from this picture, sampled from here, sampled from here. Remember that this logo is about nature, right? So I think that is why they sampled different natural. Okay, so next one is verbal identity. Wow, this is so much. This is page 23. So now we have verbal identity. Like, that means the tone, right? So undergraduates and college students, businesses, who cares about environment. All right. Now this one is even actually still covering um the copywriters, right? This copies copywriter. Copywriters, people who write the copies. So this is what I think in this case now it is the brand that actually gave this one, because you as a designer now, your work does not include content writing or copywriting sometimes, right? So it is the brand that gave it, but the designer just used the font for this one. All right. So this is the brand story. This is the brand story. So this is where the designer chose to put the brand story, not from the beginning. The previous one puts it from the beginning. So this is their values, right? See their vision, their mission, their brand message, tone of voice. So the brand tone of, every brand have their own tone of voice, right? So what do they like? They like confident, playful, dedicated, optimistic, natural growth. What we don't like, pandering, easily distracted, pathetic, skeptical, synthetic, temporary fix. This is the words they don't like. So this is extensive brand guidelines. So stationery now. So they have business card. This is a mock-up. So you can see the business card. Under here is the pattern that he created. So this is the business card. This is the back, obviously. This is the front. You can see how the logo was used. This is also a mock-up too. Just plenty. This thing. Then letterhead, right? So letterhead now, the designer used the pattern under here, and see how the logo is. On letterhead, you usually have your logo, then they will be faint into the background. Cheers. This is that. So this is another mock-up. Like, this is a stack of letterheads. This is a stack of letterhead paper. So the next one we have our full stationery, right? That means you have the envelope. Like, this is the back of the envelope. This is, I think it's a letter. I'm not sure again. These are the cards. This is a letterhead. So the next one, full stationery. Okay, you just have this one, the envelope, the paper clip, and the card. So leading for a green world. Right. So let me copy this link. So I'll send it. Yes, yes. Danny, I just saw your message now. So I have shared. So I think I like this one. Let me I may have to log in on this place too. Okay, so that's actually, let's look at one last one. Then we'll go on break. Then after the break, we're not going on break now. We'll look at one last guideline. Then we'll go. No, let's just go back to Illustrator. Let's go back. Let's start our project already. Let's start project. So my Illustrator is open. All right. So share new screen. Okay, so we are back in Illustrator. What we did first was to import our image. So we imported the image, we placed it, we locked the layer. Now this is what I want to design, this one or this one. All right. So now I want to like resize it. Let me even do clipping marks and remove it from there. So to do clipping mark, I'll select my shape tool. I'll make sure there's no fill, there's no stroke. Then I'll just draw it over my shape. If I draw it over my shape, I'll select everything. Then I'll do make clipping mask. So I just let me scale this up. All right. So no, there are different ways now you can use your logo that you bring in, right? You may place the logo on the side. You may place the logo on the side and be looking at it to do this thing. But if you know you cannot do like that, you can just place it in the center. So you can see that this logo is not really properly drawn. You can see that this part of the line is not straight, right? So we'll not really worry about that because what we have to do here is we'll do a straight job to it. So now my logo is here. This is what I want to design. So I have locked the layer that has the sketch. I have created a new layer. So what I want to do now is draw lines around it to guide this thing. So I'm using the pen tool. So I want to draw strokes. So I hold down shift, draw a straight line down. Let me increase the stroke size. Let me give it like 5. All right. So I have drawn my straight line. Now I'm trying to just use simple shapes to create this logo. So the next thing I'll do, I'll just duplicate it and place it on this edge, right? So now that I've placed it on the edge, so I need to do this flat top. So let me copy this one and rotate. I want to rotate this line. I'll hold down shift. I've rotated this line and this is up. Then I'll duplicate the line again because I have another straight line down here. All right, so I have this one. So now I need to do this part of the slanting line. So I'll go back to my tool, which is my pen tool, and back to the pen tool. I just do like this. I'm thinking this 5 is too thick. Let me go back to maybe 3 or 2 in fact. Yes, I have gone back to 2. Now to make sure everything is lining up like that. All right, so I have this one now. So I'll still need it. Let me copy this horizontal line for the bottom of the logo. All right, I have placed it to the bottom. So now I need 3 more lines. I need one going like this, and I need one coming like this and like this. All right, so I'll pick the pen tool again. I'll pick the pen tool again. So let me make it come like this. So yes, I have drawn the line and I'm using the direct selection to line it up to this place. So now that I have this one, I want to duplicate it and bring it down. No, not this down. Let me leave it to this edge. Okay, so I have this two. So I need this one more. I need one more line. So I'll just draw. Excuse me. I'll just draw this other line. Okay, so I'm finished drawing now. So let's look at this thing. Oh, okay. I didn't save it. So to save your file in Illustrator, just do Ctrl S. So rename it, choose a location. Let me just name it as logo. Save. When you click on save, you have this. Just leave everything as is. Then click on OK. So we'll click on OK. So now I have all of this now, right? This does not make sense. It's looking like, so what is here? What is here like this now? I cannot really see what is here. If I turn this one back on, if you look now, you see that some of the lines are not really following. That is because when I made the drawing, I was not using a ruler. I just did it like that. So now I want to use the shape builder to remove the parts I don't want and leave the parts that I want. So to do that now, I think the best practice is what I do is I'll first duplicate the lines I did. I'll duplicate them. I lock the layer and remove the visibility. So that means if at all there's anything I miss in this adding and subtracting, I can go back to my saved layer which I have locked. So now what I want to do is I want to select all the lines. I'm leaving this background on because I want to be able to see where I want to add and or remove. So I want to select all the line. I have selected all the lines now, right? So I'll go to my shape builder tool. So and we said to add, you just have to like draw inside where you want to add. Then if you want to subtract, you hold down Alt and you see minus on the shape builder tool. And okay, wait. Do you think let me look. Do you think I should send this one to the group so we'll do this practice together?
Yes, so because honestly, I don't really get the whole thing. We still need
Yeah,
to try.
okay. So let me send it to the group. Um, let me send it to the group. Let me send it to the group. This is
Hello, sir.
so let me send this one to the group.
Hello, can you
So
hear
we
me?
just know that this is what we're working on. Don't worry, just keep your logo. We'll still use them.
Can you hear me?
So yes, I have sent this image to the group now. I think we should download it and place it in Photoshop now. So let me go and delete all of these ones. So when we download them, let me even delete to the point of. Uh, so let me go and bring it in too. Let's say file this. I got to download where it is located and I place.
Sorry, Mr. Dan.
Yeah.
So is there nothing like smart objects in Illustrator, that retains the quality of your picture?
You don't really need the quality of this picture of your picture in Illustrator because you are not using it. You just imported it. If you finish using it, we'll delete it. So because
Okay.
Illustrator is not for um, designing picture. I mean, it is even Illustrator itself that I can use to do your this thing, smart object mostly. Sometimes, rather, excuse me. So if you put picture in Illustrator, I'm not sure the quality is spoils. I'm not sure the quality is spoils. Yeah, but there
Okay.
is no smart object in illustration, but there is um, isolation mode. But
Okay.
the
Thank you, sir.
function differ. Function differ. Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
So let's go ahead and import this one. So when you import it and you scale it to the artboard, go to the shape tool. We're trying to just clip out this part. Go to the shape tool, no fill, no stroke. Just come and draw over the part you want to use. So when you draw it, you see it. The line is there, no fill, no stroke. Then you come and select everything together. When you select everything together, right click, make clipping mask. Then you have just this one. Are we there?
This can I come again, sir?
Okay. All right. So have you imported the image? The first step is to import the image and scale it up. When you want to scale in Illustrator, hold down Shift. Hold down Shift, then you drag from the edge so your image will not be distorted. Hold down Shift to distort, like just make it big. So when you have scaled up, you are satisfied with the scale. Go to your shape tool, your rectangle to shortcut M. When you select your rectangle, my rectangle is selected. Make sure there is no fill and there is no stroke. You don't have to make sure all of these two things are cancelled. If they are not cancelled, if you have a fill, just if it is just click on this place down here that says none. Click it and make sure everything is cancelled. So when that is done, come over to the part you want to select, you want to reveal, right? In Illustrator, there is nothing like layer mask. There's layer mask, but there's nothing like using brush to using white to reveal or conceal. This is a whole. This is different, right? So just the part I want to reveal is this place. I'll just come and draw my rectangle on it. So I have finished drawing my rectangle. I will click out or click on V. Then I'll select everything. See me making a selection now. I'm dragging over everything. So when you drag over everything, you see this rectangle, then you see the small one too that you created inside. You just right click after selecting everything and make clipping mask. So this is what we have. So let me know if we are there. Okay, so I believe we have placed it and selected the part we want. All right, so now that we have the part we want, we might still go ahead and scale it up again. Hold down Shift, come to the edge, scale it up. All right, don't worry if it is not in the middle, just scale it up. So when you finish scaling it and you are satisfied, come to the layers panel, lock this layer. This layer you have been working on, lock it. When you lock it, then create a new layer on top. Are we there? If there's anybody has not okay, I'm having low battery. Okay. No problem, no problem. All right, if there's anybody not getting that part, please just signify before we go further. Okay, so the next thing now is we have locked this one's layer. We've created a new layer on top. So we go and select the pen tool, shortcut P on your keyboard. When you select the pen tool, you want to make sure it has a stroke. So you click on this stroke color panel that is cancelled and you just give it a stroke. Then you can come to the stroke size and change it to 2. Make sure you zoom in to see what you are doing. And shortcut to zoom in, you hold down Alt, then you scroll up. or the scroll tool. Okay, so you have the pen tool. The pen tool has a stroke. Then we've given the stroke of two. So we want to draw. Remember that we're trying to use basic shapes to create this logo. That if you are very, very good with the what do you call it now, the pen tool, you can actually do this thing with the pen tool if you are very good with it. Like, let me show you. I can just like go like this. I can just go in like this. If you're confident with the pen tool, you can just go in like this and you have this already. But I mean, you can even see that this part and this part are not going the same way. So either ways, you might still have to use basic shapes because the basic shapes will be the ones to give you accurate proportions. How do you scale the image? Okay, you click on the image. When you click on the image, you see these angles. They are the same thing we see in Photoshop. So the moment you see this one, you come to the edge. When you place your mouse at the edge, you hold down Shift. Then you drag out to increase, drag in to reduce. The same process with Photoshop. Drag out to reduce, drag in to increase. All right. So that is how you scale your image. Answer
Mr.
your
Dan,
question. Huh?
sir, I'm finding it difficult for me to select a particular image I want amongst the ones you sent.
I only sent one image.
Yes, I want to choose one of the sketches.
Okay,
And
okay, 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 okay. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Okay, don't worry. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Okay, so let me import my image now. So this is my image. You have imported your image, right?
yes,
I have
sir.
scaled it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So I have imported the image. What you do, you select the shape tool, which is the rectangle in particular. When you select the rectangle, you make sure it does not have stroke or fill, right? You make sure there's no stroke or fill. Then you now come and draw it over the image you want to select. You draw it over it like this. After you've drawn it over it, after you've drawn this rectangle over it now, you click V, you click out of everything. It will look like this, like you've not done anything. So the next step is to go back and select everything. Have you selected everything? Go back and
I'm
select
I-
it.
I'm still I'm
Okay,
still
okay.
trying to check where I can turn off the fill.
Okay, no, okay, this is where you turn off the this is where you turn off the field. Let's say you have field like this. Are you seeing this? Mr. David, let's say you have the field here, right? It is this cancel down here that has none that you click on.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So if you have stroke also, is this none that you click on that would remove everything? So you now
Yes.
select. So you are trying to create no field, no stroke. So when you create it over it
Uh,
like this,
I think I've gotten it. Yes.
yeah. So you now select everything, right click, create clipping mask.
Mr. Dan, can you do
So
that again? When I select the particular room, when I draw the rectangle on it, I click outside, right?
Yeah. Then you select everything again. You select it, reselect again. That means you just bring your mouse, drag over everything. Then you see that rectangle that you made, you see it inside. Then you see this one too outside. I don't know if you can see it. So when you do that, you just right click, create clipping mask. So this is the usefulness of this one is in a case where you have more than one sketch, and you know from your numerous sketches you do maybe just one. So you can use this one to just separate it so this other was not distract you. All right.
Because
So
now when I try to select, I'm not. I'm just. It will just select, but I'm not seeing those lines. Just like in your own, there's some line that
It worked
falls.
for me. It worked for me. Thank you, sir.
all right, you're welcome, boss. Okay, Madam, here you say what? You
This
cannot see the
line,
line.
yes, it's just selected, but I'm not seeing this line.
Have you
Uh,
drawn
this,
the have you drawn the small rectangle?
yes, I've drawn this small rectangle. Then I click outside. Then
Then you select them. You just use your mouse like this. You see my mouse. See my mouse here.
yes.
I will just left click down and make a selection on everything.
Okay.
Okay, so you just have to select everything. Or in any case now that you have drawn the small rectangle, you have this one, you cannot select it. Go to your layers panel, click on the drop down. You will see in the layers panel, you see the two things you have. Even though that one does not have this thing, you see this circle on the right, this one. If you click on that circle, it will select the item you have on the layer. If you click on this one, it will select the item you have, the element you have on the artboard. So now you want to select both. You can just come here, hold down shift and select everything. So just right click and do clipping mask. So I think you should try that one too and see if it works. Oh, okay. I have been break time. Oh, sorry, Esther. Sorry, Esther. Yeah, okay, so it is break now. Please, yeah, let's try as much as possible to join on. See, 12, you are in. By 12, we'll start. We will not wait for anybody, please. All right, so with that, enjoy your break. Based. All right. So we said now. So the first thing to do, right? For some people, they don't take sketches of their logo. They just like sketch them and leave them. But I think what I do is I'll just take, I'll make sketches. I'll snap them. Then I go to file, place. So I don't do drag and drop, honestly. All this file, place, and this thing is. Now I'm looking for where I kept it. Okay, I've seen it. So I bring it in. When I bring it in, I'll scale it up. So to scale it up, I'll click on the picture. I'll go to the edge of it. I see two arrows pointing up and down. Then to scale up proportionately, where I will not distort my image, I would hold down Shift, click, and drag the edges. Right? Doesn't matter how big you make it. Illustrator can take your file size. Doesn't matter how big you make it. Illustrator can take it. All right. So I have scaled it up, and this is what I want. This particular one that looks like a V, kind of bent V or bird like that. So what I want to do next is I want to just isolate this part. I want to remove this part from the entirety of this page. Right. I don't want these other ones to cause me any distraction. So I'll just click on my shape tool, which shortcut is M. When I click on the shape tool, I'll make sure the shape tool does not have either fill nor stroke, right? No fill, no stroke. Then I'll come to the path I want. I'll draw over it. When I draw over it, you obviously see the selection you made, but there's no fill and there's no stroke. If I click out of there, everything is gone. Everything looks like it is gone. So what I'll do next is I'll select everything now, right? I have selected everything. Then I would right click and make clipping mask. So if I make clipping mask, this is what I have left. So I can still scale this up by holding Shift and dragging at any of the edges. Let me see if I drag from the middle. Yeah, if you're holding Shift down, and if you even drag by the side, it will not distort your image. But if you are not holding Shift and you drag by the side, then you have something that's stretchy. All right, so I have this image here. So I have it here now. This is my image. This is what I want to use now. I think we should have let's have this set up in our Illustrator. So the next thing is I would lock this layer. So if I lock this layer, you see I'm unable to do anything on it. If you lock any layer, you'll not be able to do anything on it. So I'm locking this layer because I just need it for reference. So I'll just create a new layer on top. So on this new layer, that will start making the shape I want to make. So now that I have made a new layer, I will choose the pen tool, shortcut P, then I will give it a stroke. So originally this was how my stroke was. To give it a stroke, I'll just come to this color place. You know, if you look down here, you have color, you have gradients, then you have none. If you want to make your stroke gradient, you click on this place. If you want to remove it, then you click on this place. Then remember that we said it is good practice to always design your logo in black and white first. Right? So that is why everything we want to do now, we want to use black. So now we'll draw a stroke around the edges of this logo. So I'm holding Shift down and I'm drawing a line. So it doesn't even matter if your line is touching the page, just draw a line that you just know will cover and guide this one. So I have drawn line, my stroke is 1, let me make it 2, right? So we have drawn, let me zoom in. Yeah, it's zoomed in too much. Okay, yes, this is okay. So we have drawn the first line for this side of it. Now we want to draw the other line for this straight part. We cannot draw the line halfway and leave it. No, you can just like duplicate this one. You click on it, hold Alt, then you drag. Then to make sure your line is proportionate to this one, you can if you can drag it well, then you see the line, the guideline pointing between and telling you everything is proportionate. But if you do not trust your hand to move straight, you can just hold down shift while you're dragging it. It will just go in that straight line. You don't have any problem with that. So have we drawn this line and duplicated it?
Sorry, Mr. Dan, please show me how do you lock the layer? I've added another layer. I want to lock this one.
Okay, so the layer of the image now. You see this eye, this thing that is this visibility.
Yes.
You come to this next box. Just click inside the box.
I'm not seeing that key box beside my own. I can't see that key. Okay, I've seen it. Okay.
The key is not there. Okay, you've seen it. Yes. It's usually empty. It is when you click inside that it
Okay.
locks it.
Okay.
So now that you've locked it, you make sure that you anything you want to do now, you select the new layer you create. So now the next step is to select the pen tool. So when you select the pen tool, there just come on. No, before when you select the pen tool, make sure it is this stroke that you are using. The stroke has color in it. All right. So when you have the stroke, you just come and click, hold shift to draw a perfect straight line. So when you do that, you can actually still come here, do hold shift, click, but because this is already what we've created and we need it here, so we just duplicate it and move it to this side of it. Also, we still need more straight lines. So we just click on this one. You can click and drag, then rotate. You rotate it because we need it for the horizontal line that's the top of this one. So I'll just put the mouse at the edge of it. You see this arrow going left and right. I hold down shift because if I rotate it with shift, it will place it in 45 degrees and I'll have perfect angle when it places at 180. So this is what we have.
Mr. Dan, my own pen tool is not drawing. I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing something right.
Your pen tool, is
It's
it
not
do you have stroke selected?
stroke.
Yes, if you click on pen tool, look at your color panel on the toolbar.
Yes, yes. It's already cancelled.
It's cancelled, so you have to fill it. If you do not fill it, it will just draw a line. It will not be noticed. You have to fill it. Like let's say it is cancelled like this. Is this how it looks?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you just click on this first one here. This first one, if you click on it, you see to change the color.
Okay.
But in some
But it's
cases
still
now, in some cases, it may be the feel that it is changing to instead of the stroke. You just rotate it. You just invert. You use this arrow that is beside this color, this thing, and invert it. You see, if you are inverting, it will change to the feel. Anyone that you see that is cancelled, that means there's nothing on it. But anyone that has color, there's something on it. So just make sure it is this one.
but mine is showing cancellation like a small black circle when I'm trying to use the pen tool.
That is because you are trying to draw on a locked layer. Have you created a new layer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure that you are clicked on the new layer when you are drawing. If you click here and try to do like this is what it will be. Is this what it's showing you?
Yes,
This
yes,
that is because you
yes.
are on this locked layer. You cannot do anything on it. So you have to make sure you are on this layer that is not locked. You see, it is gone.
But
So that
sir,
is
why is it always mine is always bringing some files are missing or modified intermittently?
um
I keep saying yes, I keep saying no.
you deleted you've deleted an image you placed in before.
I don't even know what I did.
Okay, this is what happens when it keeps showing you that some files are missing. Is maybe initially you probably imported this image, then in your home screen or where the image is located, you have deleted this thing. So it will be telling you your files are missing. So what you may have to do is just you can close this document, this one that you're working on, create a fresh document, and import this image we want to work on now. You can just do that real quick. Because if you do not, that is how it happens. Photoshop, like Illustrator, links. It usually links the image you import to it to the place where it finds it. Like if I import my image from download into Illustrator, then I go to downloads and delete that image. Illustrator will be telling me that the file is missing. You have to leave the file there so it will be referencing it, so the link will still work. We do not see the link, but it is there. It is when we use it is in this other software InDesign that you would see clearly that there's actually a link between image you place here and anywhere you are placing it from, you are dragging it from. So just close this file and create a new one. Then you import the image. All right, so I believe you have done that. We are on the same page. So if you are not here, just try as much as possible to be here. So would be on the same page and every other step will be able to follow along. So that is the importance of trying to be on the same page. How do I duplicate line? Yes, thank you, Nafisat. You hold and drag. You hold Alt and drag. That is how you duplicate it. Thank you very much. So Nafisa, you're already an Illustrator expert now. It's like we have Nafisa, so we'll just dilute this class. So everybody go and meet Nafisa. So just kidding. All right, so let's just go back to Illustrator now. So okay, so we've created this first line. We hold Alt, drag this to this place, then we left it. Now, to create this horizontal line, we actually did the same thing, but we rotated it, right? We rotated it, and that is that. So now I want to make this baseline, I mean the line at the bottom. We'll just click this one on top. We'll hold Alt. The moment you hold Alt, you see the pointy arrow turning into two, one black, one white, right? When you see it, you click and drag. So you hold down Shift to make sure you are dragging in a straight line. So at this point now, you're holding down Shift and Alt together. So when you have reached the destination you want to drop it at, then release everything. So you are good to go, right? So we've created this top and we've created the baseline. Now we have to. So now I want to create this angle that goes to the left. So what we do again is we can choose to duplicate this one and rotate it, right? Let me even do that first. I have clicked, rotated, I've duplicated. So let me do in 45 degrees. I hold down Shift and just one 45 degrees, and this is what I have. So this is what I have with just one rotation. So I held down Shift to get 45 degrees. So next is I'll still duplicate another line. I'll rotate it 45 degrees to the right to get this line here. So I have done one to go around here, then I'll just duplicate this one and bring it down I've duplicated this one. Yeah, this one is down now.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Dan. So
Yeah.
you don't need to go, but I just wanted to ask. I wanted to know when you try to cut this V shape out. I know you right clicked, and is it crop image you used or transform or something? I just wanted you to just mention it. You don't need to go back to it. Like,
To cut this image, to clip it.
yeah, this V shape when you clipped it out from the whole.
Okay.
I just
I
wanted.
create. All right. All right. So I created a rectangle on
Oh
the place
yeah,
I
yeah,
needed,
that's true.
but the rectangle does not have fill and it does not have stroke. I just
Stroke.
created it on top. Then I selected everything, including the rectangle and the image. Then right click. Then I did create clipping mask.
Okay, yeah.
You've seen it.
Yes. Then clicking mouse. Okay, I've tried to right click, but I've not seen it. Okay, they make clipping mask. Okay, yeah, so
Yes.
all right, thanks.
Has it worked?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that's that now. Okay. So this next step is coming. Okay. So what we are trying to create this line now. This one now goes like this. So let's just trace your line, right? You've created this one that came here. Now we had to create this one. So we're just following the lines. Just try and follow the lines. Place lines there. Just place lines there. All right. So we have done this part. So it means this long one here now. Okay. So let me. So your line placement does not really have to follow the edge. You can see the drawing is not really straight because I did not use ruler. It was a sketch, right? So that is the difference between a sketch. Unless you are doing a freehand, a logo that looks that you want it to look like an actual drawing. But if you are doing something sharp, you don't really have to go around all the edges because you can see from this one now, this edge kind of looks like it's pointed down, but that is not really what we need. This is exactly what we need. So I think with this now, we've actually placed the lines around the logo. So if I take up the visibility of the original image, this is what we have, right? So I said for me, it is good practice to always copy this line image, lock the layer, remove the visibility. So I don't have like two of this thing. So I'll just make sure I click on the one that is unlocked and is open. So let me save. I think in Illustrator, try and save while you work because of the type of Illustrator we are using or because of the way we got it. Your Illustrator may crash sometimes. All right,
Mr. Dan, I'm not
boss.
getting the line placement. I don't know. It's giving me another thing entirely.
Okay, let me delete these lines. Right, let me create a new layer on top. This is the image we have, right? And from this image, you can see that we have line straight line here. We have another one here. You have this line going this way, this other. So what we are trying to do as best as we can is that we are trying to create we are trying to create straight lines to just like guide this thing. So we'll be able to get this logo from them. So the goal here is just to create the lines and place them around the image. So what I did basically is click on the pen tool, shortcut P. I create a straight line. Let's say let me go back. let's say I create the line from here. Let's say I put this line here. This is actually a wrong place for the line to be because the line is not bordering anything, it's not guiding anything for us. So I'll just bring the line, put it on this edge because at the end of the day, what I want to be able to do is use this line to guide all these edges. So I'll be able to add the parts together and get the logo. So I have drawn this one line. So just draw this first line. So if you have drawn the first line, you have drawn the first line on this edge. What you want to do next is hold down Alt on that line, then drag it to the right and place on this next line.
Okay, sorry, before you move to further, like I'm also trying to create the pantry and my destiny is on layer 2 currently. So the stroke, I have the same stroke just like the way your stroke is on layer 2 currently right now. So, but as I try to create the line, yeah, I have the first the first line, but immediately I remove my hand from it. It's not creating that thick line from it. I don't know. Maybe
You have
there's
to
something I
increase
missed.
you have to increase the stroke. You click on the line, then you come to this right panel where you have the stroke.
Oh,
For
to
my
increase to
stroke,
like
I'm
2,
using
right?
2. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm using side 0.2 for my stroke. So you have to
okay.
increase the stroke of the size of the stroke.
All right, that's fair enough.
All right.
Sorry, but as I tried to go back to the main mouse, the thing is just disappearing.
It disappeared.
Yeah, it's creating one dot like that. I mean,
That is the pen tool. Are you clicked out from the pen tool? Are you on the V2 now?
yes, I've clicked out of the pantry.
All right. So if you that is why I was saying that if you finish using any tool at all,
Okay,
the
so I
moment you
notice now
finish,
that immediately my this thing is going on control. As I press control keyboard, the line appears then disappears.
uh, I can also I don't know the line. Can you Control Z and just go back to
Yes, I've control Z now.
yeah, just Control Z like maybe 4 or 5 times.
Yes, I've done that. Like I'm
All right. So
in the
where are you now? Where are you now?
just on the object currently now. So
Just the
should I
plain
click
just the
on
plain object, no lines, right?
no lines currently.
Okay. So now lock the objects layer.
Yeah, I've done that. The first one. Yeah.
All right. You've created a new layer on top now.
Yes.
Okay. So select your pen tool.
Yes, I have my pencil. Okay,
All
maybe
right.
like select my pencil. I can increase the stroke to 2, right?
Yes. Immediately you select it and it is already a stroke here already. You can just come and increase the pencil before you even draw it at all.
Yes, okay, I've done that.
All right. So you've done the first line, right? So you just duplicate it. You hold down Alt on the line, you drag it and place it to the next
No.
place you
Okay,
want.
I should draw the first line now.
Draw the first
After
line.
okay.
So you finish drawing the first line. So you hold down Alt on the first line because that is what you want
So
to
immediately I
duplicate.
draw the first line, like there's this the pencil is looking like maybe I should just continue to another. Should I just click escape to remove that?
Wait,
Like I have this, I'm still on the pencil, but I have this
let me see what you're saying. So to create the pencil, I have to first place a dot somewhere else. Then I'll hold down and click, right? Okay, it's showing you this line.
yes, like I should continue to another place or something.
Yes, but we are not continuing. Just click V to just leave that place. So if you use any tool, if you finish using it, just click V and leave the place.
Yeah, immediately I do that. Mine is creating these dots. It's creating this dot. It's not leaving the line there. I think that's where the problem is.
Wait.
It's creating this dot, but if I place my hand on control keyboard, I have the line.
Control.
Yeah, I
Shift,
have the line.
shift. To draw a straight line, you have to just use shift. Now I have finished drawing. I have this is the line I want, right? But because I
Yeah.
am still on the pen tool is thinking I am still using it, so it will think I want to continue. So if I don't want to use it, I can just drag back to this place and click the move to, or instead of that, I can just click V without holding control or anything, just V. Then it will
Okay,
leave.
I think I get this now. I think the mistake was from my end. Probably what I was doing before was when I was creating the line, I was kind of starting from the middle initially.
Oh no, no,
So
no! You
it's
start
like,
from the top. Yes, yes.
oh, I think that's where the problem is coming from.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. I get now. You start from the top. Start from the top. It's a straight
So to
line we're
create a,
creating. So
yeah, so
if you
to
start
create
from
a
the middle
duplicate
and go
now.
down here to look like you want to, okay, yeah. Start from the top. All right. So we wait. Let me ask Mr. David if he has created. Mr. David, have you created a new document and placed your image in?
Yes, sir. I have created and I've drawn my first line, but the problem is I'm not getting how to maybe duplicate it or something. I'm not getting that part. I've been fighting with it.
Okay, okay. See, to duplicate any element in Illustrator, right? I believe you have seen this artboard. You click,
Yes.
you without even clicking it, you place your. Okay, wait. Let me use something else. So we'll just illustrate this thing better. Let me use something else. So let's say I have this box now. I want to make a duplicate of this box, and I am on the move tool. You can see that I'm on the move tool. This is it. This dark arrow. So I'll place the
Mm.
arrow on. The moment you even place your arrow on any element, you see a red line around it. You have not even clicked
Yes.
on it yet, though. You see, so immediately you put it on it now. You hold down Alt.
Okay.
When you hold down Alt, drag that element to the right, or even if it is to the left or anywhere you want it to be, just drag it. So when you drag it, you will see like a ghost of that element with that red line. You will see it outside. So when you see it there, just leave it and remove your hand from the key and from your left clicking. You will have a duplicate of it.
I don't know why mine is not doing.
Mine
Really?
too is not duplicating. It just moved the item.
It just that is because you left the Alt before you hold down Alt on the element.
Okay, it did now. It did now.
Yes, hold down Alt on the elements. Drag to the right. When you get to, don't leave the Alt yet. It is when you reach the destination you want to drop it. I have reached this place now. Then I will
Yeah.
remove my hand from the left clicking. Then I remove my hand last from the Alt.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Fair enough.
Has it worked?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, boss. Okay, so the next thing now we have created this line, right? See, that duplicating is just to honestly save time, because if I create this line now, then I still go back to the pen to create another line again. It is just like plenty clicks. Meanwhile, I can just do this thing, hold it, or to drag it to the right, leave it there. Then you see it has duplicated. So that is that. Now we want to just make a straight line. You can just come back to the pen tool, or if you want to duplicate, as the case may be, you just come back to the pen tool. I draw a straight line. Then I want to duplicate it for the base. I'll go back to this top one. I'll click Alt, drag to the baseline. That is the bottom of the image. You can see I have top, bottom. I have this one already. I mean, if you can, maybe if you can use, if you can just in a way fill this place in with your mind, you see that we've actually captured this part. This is the only part we've captured here, this vertical place. So now we want to capture the remaining part. Now what we do next is, okay, this other part is a straight line. Pardon my drawing that it bent like this. It is a straight line, so we can just duplicate this one. We bring it down to this place, right? So we have actually created the top of this one now. So the next thing to do now is we go back to the pen tool. We want to create this angle. So you can just click. Just you don't, it does not really matter where you click on. Just make sure you click and you follow the line. Like your line can decide to end here, but what you just need basically is just to follow this line. And to just do that, I have clicked and dropped here. So now, if you look at this thing very well now, yeah, you will see that on my own, this place now is already looking covered. It's already looking blocked. You can see that the shape is actually coming to life with these lines that we're placing. All right. So the next step now is we want to create this slanting line. Now I want to create this one. This one that is going on this side, this little place. All right. So we'll just go back to the pen tool. You may choose to duplicate this one and rotate it. Remember, any tool and your process depends on how you find it easy or quick to use. So I'm creating the line for this part. I have created this part now. This one that we just saw. Let me see if I duplicate it for this one. All right. I duplicated it for this one now. You see that it does not really match, but let me just try and push it to the left a bit. All right, yes. So I have it to the left a bit, right? The only problem rather with this drawing is that I did not use ruler. If I had used ruler, it would have been easier. All this little confusion wouldn't have been there. But just try as much as possible to just follow the line, even though it is not straight. Just follow the line. At least the line gives idea of where they ought to be. So the last one is this place. All right, I think with that I've finished drawing my own lines, my own guidelines for this. All right, so if you have drawn the line, please just, if you finish drawing all the lines, just click type done. Oh, Daniel, sorry about your battery. And no light is the problem. The country. We hope to. Okay, Kazim is done with it. All right, if you are done with the lines, you've finished creating the lines. Just type done on the chart. All right, so let would give us about 5 minutes to, or those of us that have not still done it, to be able to do it and meet up. So give us 5 minutes to do that. So please, if you are done, just type done in the chat, please. Also, if you're having any issue with it, you can please say so. So we'd also be able to go over it real quick. All right, Esther is done too. Okay, Olajide is done. All right. So remember that this is a practice, right? This is just to give us the ideas of one of the few ways to use shape to create logo. Okay. Alpha, pass me that water, beg. This one, you're there. Hey, I'm on me too. Baby, please don't close our laptop. Oh. Okay, so excuse me. Give me some seconds. Let me drink water, please. Okay, I think it's his birthday girl, yes. So okay, so we'll go back and look at how we. So let me just. I don't have to delete this one. I'll just I'll just bring the image back inside. So let me place my image. All right, so we have our image. To scale it up, I'll hold down Shift, drag at any edge to make sure I am scaling it up to a good proportion and it's not being all right. So like I said, you can scale to any size you want in Illustrator. You don't have problem. This is Illustrator, it will take it. So now I want to cut out just this part. Yeah, I want to cut out just this part of the sketch. Like this is what we want to do. So I'll go to the shape tool and precisely the rectangle tool. So when I select the rectangle tool, I think on my own I already have stroke on my own. I mean, you can see the stroke has color, but for the sake of this, wait, let me even see if I use this stroke with it. Will it do? Come in. I'm just trying to see. Okay, there's stroke here. Let me see. Well. It works. Even if your rectangle tool has stroke, it will work. Let me see if it has fill. Will it work? Let me see if it has fill. I'm coming in. I'm just checking something for ease. All right. I think Illustrator have gone far now because all of these things were not. Oh, okay. Okay, so news flash. So you don't have to worry if your shape has fill or stroke. If you want to create clipping marks, what you just have to do is select your shape tool. If I needed to just do circle on it, like it's a circle, I want to just select circular, make my clipping mask. So I'll just make a circle and do clipping mask. It will still cut it. All right. So yeah. So reason why I said okay, Toby is done too. All right. So the reason why I was using the shape tool without feel or this thing was because honestly, before it was just like that you could do it. It was just like that you could do it. Now it is with recent updates now that you'll be able to do you'll be able to select any part of this thing, even if it is filled, right? So I just like selected. But I think the reason why I prefer that stroke this thing was because if I have stroke, if I have the stroke option selected, I'll be able to see where I'm selecting. But if I use the fill, if it has fill, I'll not be able to see it. I'll just know, okay, this is where I'm drawing over. But with the stroke, I'll be able to see that, okay, this is what I have. So you see, now I have used stroke. This is the part I want to select, and I have drawn a rectangle over the part I want to select, right? So the next step is to select everything on this artboard now. If I select it, I would right click and make clipping mask. All right, so I make clipping mask, and this is what we have. So I'll still need to scale this one up. I'll drag on the edge, and this is what I have. All right, so Olu Fumilala, did you get it?
Yes, sir, but I pressed listen. But
Well, Idris, we've pasted the
then, sir,
attendance since. Let me look for it and copy again. Okay, pasted the attendance since now.
Yeah, I didn't know. Sorry.
Oh yeah, let me. I just hope
I
you feel.
reposted for him. I repasted for him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, I haven't pasted it to Fumi. Thank you, Digital Fab. All right, Fumi, you say you got it right. So
Is
after you've done
the clipping mask is saying something.
what's it saying? What is the clipping mark
He
telling
says
you?
clipping. He says the selection must
Must do what?
can't make clipping must contain more than one object.
Well, I did not hear very well.
Make clipping marks. The selection must
Yeah. Okay, must contain more than one object. Did what version of this now use? Did anybody have
selection must
did anybody else encounter this problem too?
Yes, yes, you have to click the two together with the large this thing. So if you don't click the both together, it will not mask. I encountered the same problem too.
Yeah, that's why I say you have to
You
make a
click-
selection of everything.
Yeah,
You
you
have to
make
make a
both
selection of
selection.
everything.
Yeah.
I have.
No,
So you make a selection of the small one and the big
you
and
know
the
okay, this is what
whole.
we did. This is what we did. Let me has it worked? This is originally this one is the one we imported, right? Then we created, let me just delete this one. Now this is what we want to select this part. This is what we imported now. But this is what we want to use. And we need to just like isolate it from these other ones. So we just come to the shape tool, the rectangle tool. We create the shape around the object, right? After I finish creating, we go back to V2. We always make sure that you go back to V2 if you've used the shape tool, any tool at all. So after that one now, you can see from this artboard that you have this one on the outside. This other black line is the size of the original artboard. You can see that you have this one inside, you have this one on the outside. You just come to the edge, right? You drag and select everything inside, including the artboard and what you just created. If I click on just this one and try to do make clipping marks, this is what it will show you. It will show you can't make clipping marks. The selection must contain more than one object. That is because you are selecting just one, and one object, one element cannot clip to itself. To have a clipping mark has to be two or more than two, right? So that is why you are getting this thing. You just select everything, make sure everything is selected, then you right click, make clipping mask. Then you have this. Have you got it? Oh, she has left. Okay. So I think plenty of us are done with creating the line. So let me just delete this one so we'll not confuse it now. Okay, yes. Oh yeah. So I've created the line now, and let me unlock my layer. So we've created this line now, right? So and I say it is good practice to always duplicate this line. Just duplicate it, keep it. You'll need it later. Don't worry, you see where you need it. So we are on the layer, excuse me, we're on the layer of the line we created, right? It is selected. Any layer that is selected, you see it has this shade of blue. If we select this one, it changes the shade of blue. In Photoshop, I think it's a shade of gray, but here it's this shade of blue. So now this layer is selected. You click on the layer that you have your line on. You click it, drag it to this plus sign that's on your layer panel to duplicate. That is how to duplicate layer.
Please, Mr. Dan, do that again.
We want to duplicate the layer. What we want to duplicate is the layer you created that line on, right? So you see the layer. Let me even, yes, this layer now. It is visible. This is the layer. You come to it here. You hold it down, then you drag it and drop on this plus sign that says create new layer. You can see that delete selection. That is the dustbin here. Then the one to the left of it, that is where you want to drop your new layer inside. So you just come to the layer, make sure you're selecting the layer. You click, you left click and hold, right? You left click, hold. When you're dragging it down, you see this hand that is dragging something. Then you come and drop it here. You see the layer becomes layer 3 copy. So let's do that real quick. That should not take 1 minute at all. So let's just try and do that, please. So if you've done it, please just signify again. So what you want to do is this one that says layer 3, you want to lock it, hide the visibility. Because we can actually go ahead and do what we want to do, but we are keeping it for references. We need it. We eventually need it. Okay, so I believe we have duplicated it now. Okay, thank you. Right, we have people that are done. So I believe we have duplicated this layer now. You can see, if you see the layer, you see the content inside layer, they are the same. We just duplicated this one for safety. We just need it later. That's why we duplicated this, right? So this is what we have. Now, what we are trying to do to this layer is we're trying to reveal the shape. We're trying to reveal the shape of the logo we had. So honestly, I can see the logo from this one, but let me just turn on this other layer back up. So I have this layer now, and I have the line. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to select all of the lines. The next step, select all of the lines. All right. So when you select all of the lines, we go to the shape builder tool. So we have gone to the shape builder tool now. You select the shape builder tool, is on the left panel. The shortcut is Shift plus M. I mean Shift M. Then you get the shape builder tool. So I'm going to say the shape builder tool, we use it to remove parts of a shape we don't want, and we use it to add parts of shape we want. Right? So the first thing we want to do is add the parts of the shapes we want. That means we want to reveal the parts of the logo.
Sir, please, I'm lost.
Where exactly are you now?
How can I duplicate the layer?
Okay. I'm coming. I will explain. Are you open your layers panel? Is your layers panel open?
Yes.
All right. So your layers panel is open. You will see your layer, the one selected. Any layer that you select would have this shade of blue.
Yeah.
So I think how many layers do you have?
2.
So you have layer, is it layer 1 and layer 2?
Yes. The one
Okay.
is locked.
One is locked. That means the one under, right?
No.
So the one that is not locked now, that is up here, make sure you click on it like this. It has this blue.
Okay. I've done
So,
that.
all right. So you left click on it and drag it down to this plus icon here. This way, that is beside that trash bin. That bin rather.
Okay.
So when you drag it, when you are on top of that thing, leave it.
I
It will
can't see the
duplicate.
plus icon.
Really? In your own?
Yes.
Okay, maybe try and increase the height of your layer panel. See, come to the edge, increase the height. I mean, either way, you ought to see it. Can you see this icon under? You see the delete selection, create new layer, create new sublayer, and max release clipping mask.
No.
On your layers panel.
I can see create new layer.
Yes, that is what you need. So you just come to this place, you drag it and drop on that create new layer. Then you have a duplicate of it. That is how you
Okay.
duplicate layer. Yeah,
All right. Thank you.
you're welcome. All right. So when you duplicate it, you will lock the layer 2, or yeah, you lock the layer 2, then you leave the copy. Lock the layer 2 and remove the visibility.
I've done
Then
that.
yeah, so you leave the copy like this now. So it is a copy we want to work on.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Okay, Mr. Abiodun, you said the sketch and the lines are on the same layer over here. Okay, so that means you did not create a new layer before you started making the sketch. So in this case now, if that is the case now, Mr. Abiodun, what you have to do is you have to open. Okay, I'm coming. Let me just copy this thing. So I would illustrate what you are doing. All right. So yes, let's say, Mr. Abiodun, let's say this is what you have now. You have your sketch and your image on the same layer. Like this is the problem. Everything they are under one layer. You click on this drop down, right? When you click on this drop down, you come down, look for the one that has the image. Look for the one that has the sub layer that has the image gone. Then you lock it. You see, everything is on the same layer, but because I lock the sub layer, then I cannot, anything I do will not affect it. So do that and let us know if you are there. So just go to that layer, click on the drop down, then look for the image layer itself, then lock it. To lock it, you just click beside the you've done that. Okay, good. All right. So now that you've locked it, right? Now that you've locked that layer, you can come and select all of this. If you select all of this, you not select this your bottom layer because you've locked it now. You just click, drag, and select. I think you can. Let me see. You can click on Control A, select all. You know the way we use Control A in Word, or even I don't know. I think Control A is for everywhere now that you can use to select all. So if you want to select, or you just maybe drag over everything, or do Control A. So when you do Control A, you can, the normal function in Word, do Control X to cut. That means you cut it away from this layer, right? Then create a new layer on top of the image layer. This point now, you want to paste in front. No, you want to paste in place. If you do Control V, it will paste it, but it will paste it in a different place, and you see it. I mean, this I did Control V now, and I have it scattered here. So what you want to do, you want to paste it in place. That means you want to paste it in the place where you're copying it from, right? You just do Control F. See, it has pasted it back. It has pasted on the new layer, but it pasted it back in the position where you copied it from. Okay, so let me go over that step again. So if in any case where you have your line on the same layer as your image, the thing you want to do first is you click on that layer. That means the drop down, this arrow that is pointing down. When you click on the layer, you look for your image, the sub layer of the image, then you lock that one. The reason you are locking that one is because you want to separate that layer from the lines layer. So when you lock the image layer, then you do Control A to copy the remaining the lines you have. So when you do Control A to select all the line, then you do Control X to cut it away from that place, right? So when you cut it away, you have just the image on that layer because you've cut it now. Then you come and create a new layer entirely. But when you create a new layer, make sure the layer you copied it from is locked at that moment. Because if you do not lock it and paste it in another layer, it may, I think in the previous version of Photoshop, it will just create it with the other layer it's coming from. But in new ones, But just to be safe, right? To be safe, lock the previous one you are coming from. Then when you come to this new one, you now do Control F. Control F will help you place it in position, but this time on a different layer. So in any case, you have two distinct layer. You don't have any problem whatsoever. I hope that is helpful, Mr. Emmanuel. Okay.
My control A is not selecting the whole line.
Did you create your own line on the same layer with your image?
No.
You don't need it. This thing was for Mr. Emmanuel because you know our own. We created the line separately on another layer, so we were just going over it to explain to him. He did not create a new layer. He was just creating all the lines there. So we had to explain how to separate the line from the image. So you don't worry about it. Leave your own. Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
So now that we've created our line, we've created duplicate of the line, right? So if you create a duplicate of the line, lock the layer and turn off the visibility. So then you leave one with the visibility. So the next step now is, if I want to select all of these lines now on this layer, I can just drag and select everything, or I'll just do Control A, normal Control A for selecting all. You get, so we are always looking for ways to do things faster and easier, right? So I select A and I select Control A, excuse me, then it's selected all. So now that you have everything selected, make sure you have only all of the lines selected. You can see that the layer is not selected because it is locked. It is on its own layer, so nothing is affecting it, right? So you have all your lines selected. The next thing you want to do is go to Shape Builder 2. It is here, and if you cannot see it, maybe you cannot see it quick, just click on Shift M. You would see it select itself on the left hand on the toolbar. Okay, so I believe we are there. So now that you are on the Shape Builder 2, you can see by default the Shape Builder 2 has the plus sign on it. The plus sign means you want to add. That means you want to add. But if you want to remove, you have to hold down Alt. Then when you hold down Alt, it becomes the minus. That means you want to remove, right? So now we want to just add this part of the logo. So the only reason why we even we are turning on the visibility of the image is because we want to see which part of the logo we need to add together to get this logo. Now you have to place your Shape Builder 2 in the place you want to add. So I want to add all these places now. I'll left click, then I'll just select. You will see the lines coming together. I'll just select the parts I want. You can do it in one giant swoop, but if you want to do it maybe one after the other, you can do it. But me, I just left click down and I have selected everything. It has merged all of these insides for me. But now the problem is I still have the outside. So that means I have to remove the outside. That means all these lines going around it. I don't want them. So what I'll do next is I'll hold down Alt, then I'll just come on the outside and be deleting this one. I can choose to just be clicking and deleting on this line outside. See all these extras on the outside that I don't need. Okay, so I have finished deleting them. Then I have this left. Okay, this is where I go from what we just did. Are we here? So the first thing is, you first add the inside, the places you would need, you first add them. Then after you finish adding, then you hold down Shift on while still on the Shape Builder to remove the outside. Let me save this file. Okay, you are lost. Okay, this is what you do. From where are you? From selecting all the line. Okay, okay, yeah, okay, good. Uh, what do I have to do here? Okay, let me just delete this one. All right, blessing. This is what we want to do now. You have selected all the line, right? All right. Yes. Now that you've selected the line, you want to go to the shape builder tool. You want to build shapes. So you come to
Sorry,
this.
from the selecting all the lines, like I've not selected all the lines, so that's where the problem is.
Okay, click. Okay, open your layers panel. Are you on the lines layer?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Just click Ctrl A to select all. It will select all of your line. When it selects it, you see some red lines going around it and inside.
Outside the box, actually, that is selected.
I don't understand. Outside the box, the red
Yes.
lines like this.
Yes, outside. Yes.
Yes, you have it selected. You have it selected already. If you click
Okay.
outside of it, you see it has disappeared. That means you don't have anything selected. If you click on one, you see those red lines going outside of it. It means you are selecting a particular element. So now, if you want to select all, remember in Microsoft Word now, you click Ctrl A to select all. It's the same thing. It works here. So now that you have this one now, yes. So what we want to do next is go to the Shape Builder tool. It is on the left, and if you do not recognize it, just hit Shift M on your keyboard, like Shift and M on your keyboard. Then look at the Shape Builder tool. Look at the left panel. You see the thing we call Shape Builder tool.
I'm
Do you have
sorry,
that?
Mr. Dan. The lines are not selected. It's just outside of the box that is showing red lines. Like
Yes, the
the
lines are
line,
selected
the way your own is selected, like this is not. It's just giving a frame line selection.
like this.
I don't know if you get me.
Is it like this? A frame line selected outside of the lines.
Yes, but on each line, there's no red line on each line inside.
Okay.
It's just the outer part that is giving that frame line.
Oh, okay, okay. I understand. Yes, it's still selected. It's still selected. Try clicking on one. Try clicking on one line. Just click on one line and is it selected? Blessing. Click on one line and see if it is selected.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that means all of it is selected. I think it might be a version of Photoshop or it might be something from the settings, right? But if you see the red box around everything, that means everything is selected. So let's just do our
Okay.
Control A. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So now that we have our Control A, we have selected everything now. So we need our shape builder tool. And if we do not recognize the icon, let's just do Shift M and it gives us the shape builder tool. Do you have a shape builder tool now?
I have it.
Okay, good, good, good. So now that you have the shape builder tool now, yeah, the goal is we want to build. We have actually used the lines to outline the part of the logo we want. So if you click on the shape builder tool, by default, the shape builder tool has this plus sign on it. So what this plus sign is about is that you use it to add the different parts of this shape together to have a whole shape, right? So let's use the shape builder tool. Now you can see the logo on the background and you can see the lines on top. So you want to add the lines to form the logo. So just come inside here, inside of where you want to add. If you come here and click down, right? If you come here and hold down, you see a red line. The red line becomes thick. That is telling you that you are about to add that place to something else. You make sure you are holding down your left click on your mouse. You are holding it down. You hold it down till you finish adding all of these parts together. you hold it down to finish adding all of these parts together. So now I want to add this one. So I can do it like I add these parts, then I still come and hold. But because it is a free tool, you can do it in one screw, one
Mr. Dan, you said
oh,
we should hold down what for to
left click,
select the part.
left click to be able to add all these parts. You left click, you hold it down.
Left click and hold it down.
Yeah. Hold it down, then select two. Drag it over to just make the selection to another one. As it worked, you will see one tiny black line, like dotted line around it, like this, coming from your dragging.
It's not working.
This is the move tool. This is sorry, this is shape builder tool. Let me Control Z and go back. Control Z, go back. All right. So this is, let me go back to the move tool first. Then we select our shape builder tool. You just put it inside. You left click, drag. Left click and drag over the places you want to add. You see, it added all these places. It removed the lines between. It did not really remove, it just added them and turned them into one giant block. I left click, I drag. Then I have, okay, in your own, if you are left clicking and it's not working, try doing right click and drag first.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
It's not. It's only bringing options. Undo, move, hide, guide.
Which one? With right click, right?
Yes, sir.
That means it's left click. So you have to left click and drag, like you hold it down. You left click first. When you left click first, you see, wait, originally now, everything is selected. Everything is selected. But the moment you left click inside, you see a thick red line by the side of the inside of the shape. I don't know if
Okay, I'm seeing it.
So if you are seeing
I
it
have to
now.
hold it down.
Yes, I
hold
said
it down.
hold it down. Yes, I've been saying hold it down.
I was leaving it.
No. I've been saying hold it down. Hold it down. So if you hold it down, then you just be adding this place.
But when I over select, how do I unselect? It's like I have made a mistake.
You have to just do Control Z.
Okay, sir. Let me do it again.
So if you can, if you know you can do the selection in one giant swoop, then go ahead. But if you know you cannot, you have to like be carefully adding and adding. So you guys like, I can just like do like this, add this two.
I say,
You see this
to
place
get that.
there. I can just like, you don't get that, Abi?
I'm getting it now. Okay.
All right. So you can just be doing it gradually. If I have complicated shapes, that is actually what I do. I just do it gradually because I know if I make a mistake in that one giant swoop, I have to Control Z, and all of the process will be lost because it is just one action. But if I do it gradually, I'm adding, and if I make a mistake, I'll be able to go back to the last step. So now
Sorry,
you
Mr.
can see.
Dan.
Yeah, boss. Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, I can hear you. Yeah, Esther, I see you going on and off, and I'm pretty sure it's a network. Yes, the class is being recorded. Yes. The class is being recorded, so definitely you get the recording. I asked Mr. Solomon for the recordings from yesterday, and he said we'll be getting them today. That's what he said. All right. So someone is talking. So what is the question, please?
Yeah, so I was asking, like, is it after clicking the shape builder tool, then we start to click the inside of that shape that we want? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, that is that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
but mine is doing this black.
It's giving you
It's giving me this black color.
black fill.
Yes, it's giving me this black feel.
Okay, wait. I think let me. Okay, let me see. Come on. Are your are your are your outlines this tiny? Are they stroke
Uh,
or fill?
I highlighted everything, and
Yeah,
after I click on the shape builder too. So we're on this new layer that we just created. This
yeah.
copy layer. Exactly.
Is
Okay.
this what yours is giving you?
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
Look to this panel. Is it filled or is it stroke?
It's filled actually.
It has to be stroke. So just when you select everything, just make sure it's a stroke. Make sure it's a stroke.
Okay, I just inverse it.
Yeah, inverse it, and you can just increase the size of the stroke. Oh,
Uh, um, I don't know. I'm not just getting that.
okay.
I have
Yeah,
the other one because both I have them as both black. So
you have them as fill.
yeah, one is filled, one is stroke with, but both are black, right?
No, now we've been doing stroke since we've been dealing with stroke, not fill. We'll still convert it to fill, but just do stroke. I mean, this is what you have now initially?
Yes.
You have stroke. So in any case, if you select everything, make sure that on the color swatches, on the color panel, you have just only stroke, no fill.
Okay.
There's actually nothing wrong with having that feel, but I'm just trying as much as possible to make sure that
Okay. Okay.
we
Yeah, I've
see
seen
what
that.
we're doing.
Okay. Yes,
You have
is
the
normal
stroke now, right?
file. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just add. So you hold left, click down. Don't leave it to hold it down, then add the places you want to add. Add, hold it down and add, hold it down, add, hold it down, add, hold it down, add. Make sure you add all of the insides. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay. So if you finish adding all of the insides now, we want to remove the outside. So you know the way we hold down to add, we only hold down left click to add. So but this time if we
Yes.
want to remove, we have to hold down alt to change this plus icon to minus. When you hold down alt and you see minus, go over the edge you don't want. Just go over them and they will remove. Just like
Okay.
carefully drag over them and you see them disappear and they are going, right? So that means you are removing the parts you don't want. So that is so are we there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, really good. So now that we've made
Yes,
a
sir, please
select,
come again.
which
Hello,
part,
sir.
ma?
Sir, you said to remove the part I don't want, I should hold down Alt and what?
You hold down alt while you are still on the shape builder too.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hold down alt and while you are still on the shape builder too, then you draw over these parts that you don't want and you see them go. All right. So I think I'll give us about if for the rest of us have not done it, let's just give us about like 2 minutes to do that real quick. All right. 2 minutes. So that means oh, this is 126 already. 128 would continue to the next step.
Mm-mm-mm. But Sunny, but Amir, leave me alone.
Take this one. Take this one. Take this one.
Yes, Esther, the class is being recorded. Sorry about your network. The class is recorded. It's being recorded rather. So when you get the recording of the class.
Sir, how do we take out the parts that we don't want after the selection is done, sir?
Okay, after you finish adding the parts you want, to take out the parts you don't want, you have to, while still being on your shape builder 2. So I'm going back to, okay, so you have added the parts you want, right?
Yes, sir.
So now to take out the parts you don't want, we are still on the shape builder 2, and all of these lines are still selected. You hold down Alt, you see that on the shape builder, you hold down Alt, then when you hold down Alt, the shape builder 2, you see it becomes minus.
Okay.
So when you see the minus, now you just be clicking and dragging to over the parts you don't want. They will be disappearing. You see them.
Okay.
Just try to do that. So you see them going.
Okay.
So are they working now?
I'm just doing that now.
All right. All right.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So just carefully do that, and you see them go.
Wow.
Okay, sorry again. I was trying to save the work shows, but I noticed that anytime I just try to save, it comes back giving me these options of like it's giving me this create PDF compatible. There are options like create PDF compatible file, embed ICC profile. I don't know, is it something general? Is that how it is?
Is this what it's giving you?
Yes.
You are saving as.
I've gone past. Once you click on save, then it brought all these Illustrator options again for me.
Yeah, that is what you need. If you click on save, it will give you that Illustrator option. Don't change anything, just click on OK.
Okay, because I'm saying this create PDF compatible file thing.
No, you don't need PDF compatible file.
Because I was like, hope it's not going to create it in PDF form or something. So that
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah. Just save. Just don't change anything, just save.
All right, no problem.
Yeah. Let me create a new document and show you what it is. Let me show you what it is saying. I'm coming. Let me just do something real quick. All right, so let's say this is the file I want to save. If I click on save, it will just give me this option. what we want to save is Adobe Illustrator, that means .ai. So if I click
Yes.
OK, this is what it is giving you.
Yeah, those options thing now.
Don't worry about all of this one. Just come and click OK, and you are good to go.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah. All right.
Are we meant to save this image?
This file we're working on.
Is
Yes,
it
please.
necessary?
Yes, please save it.
Okay.
So this now, this method of creating a logo now, is it something you are recommending that anytime we try to create a new logo, we just first try to sketch it out?
Okay. Yes. Honestly, yes. If you want to, the reason for sketching is to generate ideas, to brainstorm, right? That is why you sketch. So the first thing to just do is that if you want to create a logo, try as much as possible to generate idea. And if you by generating idea, you have to sketch. So you have to like sketch different idea. Then eventually you get the one you want, right? So it is through this sketching, honestly, that you'll be able to generate more ideas, right? So after you finish generating the ideas, you can choose to snap that picture you have, the idea you have generated. You can choose to snap it and bring it to Illustrator. Then you create your logo on it. But if you feel like you can create the logo while looking at your sketch in a separate book, then you can go ahead and do it. But the important thing is that make sure you generate idea and you sketch it. And by sketching, it does not really necessarily mean you have to make a proper drawing or thing. No, 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 no. It's also to give you an idea of how your logo is going to be and how you think it should be. So yeah, it is important to sketch your ideas. Olajide, what do you say is not working?
I've got it, sir.
Okay. No wahala. All right, so we go back to this here. So I assume we have removed the parts now. This is what we have left, right? So this is what we have left now. When you click on it, you see that it is still stroke, right? And the logo we have is not a stroke, it is a fill. So at this point in time now, we want to invert this. We want to change the stroke to fill now. So we just come to this side, this color panel here. Then we just switch it like this. And this is what we have. So at this point now, we can decide to remove our background.
Wait, Mr. Da, I beg. Just do it.
Okay, you have this one already, right? You have removed all the parts you don't want from this design.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that you remove all the parts, now you select it again. Click on it to select. Have you selected it? Click on it to select. Have you selected it?
Wait, so I don't know why it's not selecting.
Do Control A and see if it will select. Have you selected it?
No, it's not clicking. I don't know why.
Check the layer. Check the layer. Is it on its own layer, or it is sharing layer with another one? Or did you lock it?
It's open. This is the copied layer now. The one we duplicate, that's the one we're working on, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Why is not clicking? Not just clicking. Oh, I'll figure it out. I don't know why it's not clicking.
Are you on the move to?
I clicked the selection tool.
So if you are on the selection tool, just try and at least see my own. I'm on the selection tool. My layers are open. The layer I'm working on is open, is not locked. The visibility is on. Then if I click on it, you see, it makes the selection is there.
All right, let me try and figure it out.
Okay. Anybody else have any challenge to it? Leave the shape builder to and go to the move to. Okay, Nafisa, all right. No problem. The class is being recorded, so yeah, you get the recording. All right. Okay. You see, initially we use the move tool now. If you even try using the move tool, it will not move. It will assume that you want to I mean the shape builder tool, it will assume you want to still continue adding things or removing things. So you just have to go back to the move tool, the selection tool or the move tool. Just go back to it and you'd have if you go back to it, you just click on the selection you made again. You see to select. So for those of us that are here now, I believe Madam Ye will catch up with us. It's just maybe our PC that is having a little issue or Illustrator itself. So if you know you have been doing everything you ought to do and it is still the same, it's giving you issue, just save your file, close Illustrator and open it back up again. All right. So if you know that you're actually doing everything we're doing and the issue still persists, so close your PC, then reopen it. Close your PC and reopen it. I say close your PC, close the Illustrator and reopen it and jump back to it. So now let's proceed. So as we can see now, this one, honestly, it is a stroke, right? This is a stroke and there is no fill to it. Then our logo is actually a fill and not a stroke. All right. So the reason why we created this thing with a stroke is because so we'll be able to see the parts, the lines of the logo that we're trying to do. If we create with a fill, yeah, there will be places that will be blocked, will not be able to see it. So the best practice, honestly, if you are tracing, if you are importing a file just like we did, you use strokes, that means lines, to do it, so you'll be able to see the parts where you want to add. So after you finish adding all the part and it has become one like this, if you remember very well, let me even turn this one back on. If you remember very well, this is what we had in the first place. We had different lines. Like if you click on them, they are actually different lines, right? But the moment we use the shape builder tool on them, the lines have actually become one. If you click on them, you see it is one, right? So at this point now, we have actually merged everything. We've removed the parts we don't want. So you click on it, make sure you have selected it. Now that you have selected this, we want to change it to a fill. We want to change it to a fill instead of a stroke. So it just comes to this edge, and rotate. Just come to this edge and invert. Okay. Make sure the element is selected. If I move like this, you see it has changed. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this real quick.
Saddam, I didn't get the parts where we changed it from solid to fill. I didn't get.
Okay, let me go back to fill. So this is the fill, right? This is, you can see the fill we have. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is the stroke. So select
Uh,
the stroke, the outline.
what's this thing doing?
Just select the outline.
I'm trying to, but it's just, I don't know. What's it doing?
Are you on the layer of the outline?
The thing is taking me to somewhere to where I do not know.
Is it like everything is looking like faded on the background?
No, mine is still in black, just completely black. So I want to be able to do it just the way it is on your own screen. By removing the fill. I mean.
Wait, you've given it fill?
Yes, I want to now put it in strokes. I mean.
No, don't worry. We're actually taking it to fill. So if you've taken it to fill, you're already one step ahead. So just leave it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just leave it. We were actually going there. So I thought you said you do not know how we got the fill. That's why we came back.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you've given it fill already, then you're already one step ahead. So
Okay,
for
sir.
those of us that want to give it fill, we'll make sure we select it. After we select, then we'll come to this panel here that has the fill and the stroke. Don't forget, this is where we have the fill and the stroke. Then you just switch this thing like this. Then we have the fill. So if you have the fill, please, you are there. If you have the fill, you are where we want to be. So this is where we want to be now. So please save this file because just save this file, just save it to your computer. All right, save it because we'll need it. We'll do a guideline for it. So initially as it stands, like we don't even have a name for it. So yes, let's think of a name for it. This is just a random logo, nothing serious. So let's just quickly think. Let's give suggestion of a name for it. Oh, all right. So let's just a random name. Suggestions, please. Or is that the name of our random logo? Should we call it random? Let's call it random brand.
Let's call
Or
it
random.
Veto.
Yeah.
Maybe Veto or Vital or something.
Okay. Okay. How do you want us to spell it?
Let's use VETTOL.
VETTOL. Okay. We have one.
Yeah.
Veto. Okay. Wait. Let me go back. That thing looks like V. Oh yeah, it looks like V, and it looks like it looks like a origami. That means folded paper of a duck. Okay. All right. We have the first suggestion, Vettel. You can have something else so that does not have to do with B. All right. Any suggestion? You can type it in the group. You don't really have to say it. So we have one Vettel. Well, since nobody's dropping any other suggestion, I guess we'll go with Vettel. So thank you very much. So let's say the name of our design is Vettel. Okay, so let me turn on this lines now. You see this line the lines we had on this line we used to create this thing. You can see them when you turn them on now. You can see that they are actually the guidelines with which you created the logo. So let me go back to sharing that Behance. Let me go back to sharing that Behance this thing and show you where we would need this lines. Windows, Chrome tab. Okay. Right, so we've gone back to the Behance now. Yeah. Let me go back to that. Where is it? The second one we did that. What was the second one we did? Trying to.
It's called Greenland. Greenland.
Oh yeah. Thank you. So I'm looking for that Greenland. Or we can even see it anywhere, so I don't really have to look for Greenland. Let me go to where is this? This one, yeah. So in this brand guideline now, at the place where they had the logo construction, they had a place where they had the logo construction, and they showed this tiny lines going around the. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You see these ones now. This okay. This is what I'm talking about. But it is that Greenland that did. Let me look for that Greenland.
I saved the link. Or should I send it? Should I drop it?
Okay, should I have the link?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, please drop the link. Let me just copy and come in instead of searching. Why is it lost? Okay, thank you. Let me copy the link. Open a new tab. Okay, yeah, I've seen it. So let me share that screen to the Greenland. All right, thank you very much, Daniel. Okay, so I'm looking for that. Oh, here, yes. So you see that before we created the logo, the first thing we did was actually the lines. We actually created the lines, right? So you use those lines when you are creating your brand guidelines. Use them, like just in this case. Now you can see this design actually used the lines to show you, but then they are in dotted lines. So now let's go back to Illustrator and do exactly what this person did. All right. So let me go and share my Illustrator instead. Windows, Illustrator, share. All right. So we are in Illustrator now, right? So let me move it above. So now my lines, I want to change them to those tiny listings. So I'll select everything. What I selected is the line, not the logo. You can see the logo layer is locked. You can see it is locked, so I did not select it. So I have my lines, the stroke. Then where's my stroke panel? Okay, let me go to more options. Okay, so to do those dotted lines, you just click on your stroke panel and you click on this hamburger menu and show more options. So I want to do a dotted line to just do like what that person did. Let me see. 20 is 20 okay. No, 20 is too much. Let me do about like 10. Let me see. Let's say 9. Okay. So I have this dotted line going around it, but we cannot really see the inside. So let's just go back to layer panel and change the color of the stroke to something a little bit lighter, but we'll be still able to see it on this white background. Okay, yeah. So I think you can see my screen, right? You can see the lines going around it. So this is very, very useful to include in your brand guidelines. This is very, very useful because just like this person showed it, this is what we have. So what we did was we just took the stroke that we created at first, we move it to the top, then we change the color and we change this thing. All right, so this is that's about. So yeah, now let's just move on to. Let me take this thing back. Was it an original thing of what it was? Okay. All right. So now we have our logo. We have our logo for Vector. We have our logo for Vector under. Sorry. So this is our logo. If you have created this, it's good to follow along now. So we have our logo here, and we want to add the name to the logo. So you may just for safety again, duplicate this logo and keep one. Duplicate the logo and keep one. Duplicate the logo, then just hide one of it, and keep this other one. Then this other one now, just scale it down Just scale it down a little and align vertically and horizontally. So duplicate the logo layer, hide one, then work on another one, just like we did with our lines layer. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so if we've done that now, we have this layer now. So the next thing we want to do is add text to it. So we'll go to the T type tool, we just click once and type vector. Whoa, this is looking nice already. This is looking solid. But now the thing is that not everybody has this font, this heavy one. So in that case, let me see the close substitute I can use. Let me check which one is always, let me see, Myriad. Myriad do this thing for me. Okay, so let me use Myriad variable concept. Myriad variable concept. Do you have this Myriad variable concept? This font. So we want to use this Myriad variable concept, then black semi-extended. Do we have that font? So the font we are using in general, we're using a sans serif, no pointy edges. So that is the font we're using now to write our name. So we're using the Myriad. So we use the Myriad to write our this thing. So now we want to align this one to this one. We want to align the two objects. So we select them both, right? We select the two objects. So the moment you select the two objects, if you look at your panel, your properties panel, you see horizontal aligned and vertical aligned. So if I align horizontally.
Sorry, my text is not working. I don't know what's up.
Your text is not working.
I've clicked on the text and it's not. I've tried to use to create something on it's not bringing out anything.
Why is that? Let me remove this one first. So you click on T.
Yeah.
Then you come to the artboard and click once. Did you get lorem
That's
ipsum?
I'm not getting this high. I'm not getting this high label. I'm getting
Which
this
label?
You know, when you click on T, you get this this
lorem
sign that's
ipsum.
showing. Yeah, the I sign that is showing, but I'm getting this pencil and dot something like that.
Pencil and dots. Which one? You see the pen tool here, the options under the pen tool. Which one of them are you getting? The text tool rather.
Yeah, there's this pencil sign and a dot. Okay, cancel dot. That's the sign I was getting.
Yes, same as mine. A pencil and a stop sign. Even after clicking on the selection tool.
That means your layer is locked. That means the layer you're trying to work on is locked. Look at the layer. Just look at the layers panel. Is it locked or open?
Oh, okay. I didn't click on the layer 2, the new copied one here, I guess.
Exactly. So you see now, if
Yeah,
you
that's
actually
the
click
font.
on the locked one, that will be the issue to not work. So you have to make sure you click on the one that is open. That's the one that will make you'll be able to click on.
Yeah,
You'll
I get
actually
you.
lock the layers. Yeah. So that is just the little this in there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. So just click on the font we used is what's that font again? Myriad. I believe everyone should have this Myriad font, but it's a default font that comes with them. Maybe Illustrator, Photoshop, and even Windows itself. So just click on Myriad, then look for Myriad variable concept, then make sure it is black semi-extended. All right, so if we've got our font now, we have created the font now. So you can see that if you try and just like do this font, you may not know if you try and place it to the center of this logo, you may not know where the center of the logo is, and okay, it's just only getting to the edge, right? So because this logo is not straight up, is wide like that, so the center is really not defined. So you have to like manually place it. Like you have to just like try and use eye gauge this point in time now, right? You have to try and use your eye gauge now and place it to where you feel is the center of it, right? So if I try using Illustrator to align it, I'll select both now. Then I'll go to horizontal align center. So I use Photoshop to try and align it to the center. This is what Photoshop gives me. So you see, I'm having this thick the logo. This is what Photoshop Illustrator gave me when I say to align it to the center. It moved this one and it has aligned it to the center, but the way it is here does not really make sense. Like it's looking like it's just off it. So what you now do in this case, you now try as much as possible to just try and manually align it to the center. Just make sure this heavy part is here. Just move it like this. Just make sure what you have is like this. Don't worry about this one coming out. This is the important part is this thick place. All right. All this one are just parts coming out. Just make sure it is like this.
Sorry, let me get the name of the thing that you make use of.
The font.
Yeah. Font.
Okay, let me copy it.
Concept, right?
Yeah, myriad variable concept. Let me copy it and paste. Myriad
So
variable
is it the
concept.
light? Is it the light one? Is it the condensed one?
No, not the light one. Let me go back. You have black semi. This thing. Okay, so this is it. You have black semi extended.
Yeah, the
The
first
condensed
one.
one actually squeezed it. It squeezes this together. This is the color. So you have black semi extended. You could
No,
have
I mean the
black.
first one, which is the myriad variable concept. So you know we have like different. We have condensed. While trying to choose the options, we have myriad variable concepts, condensed. We have lights. We have. So I just want to know which one in particular.
Yeah, and I said it is the black extended. Black semi extended. Let me go back and myriad. Okay. So you have to just like black semi. This is what is this? Okay, this is it. Bold, yeah, semi extended. You bold, no, it was black. Sorry. It was black and more condensed. Condensed. Not condensed. Okay. So we have that now. All right. So if you want to change now at this point in time. Now, remember we said the best practice in designing logo is to make sure that what you created, you do it in black and white first. So after you have finished creating it in black and white, the next step now is to add color to it, right? So to add color to your logo now, and you know the color you want to add to your logo depends on the brand and what you want it to do. So now let's say you want to change the color of this one now. Yeah. You click on it, you click on the logo. And the moment you click on the logo, you see it selected. So you come to the fill to. This is where you want to change the logo now. And the logo, we are not giving the logo stroke. We are only giving it fill. So we click on the logo, that is the icon. Then we come to the fill to, double click inside and give it the color you want. You pick the color from here. All these your sliders are colors. You pick the color. So when you satisfy the color you want to give it, click OK. That is how you change the color of the logo. Even text, you click the text, you come inside here, you change it to wherever you want to change it to. Okay, so that's how you change the color. So, um, right. So see, I have changed the color of my logo and the text, the icon and the text. So this is what I have. All right. So I think it is 2 p.m. already, right? So our assignment now, I will send it to the group. So our assignment it would be to no. Let me just send the assignment to the group because if I say it, I might get it a little bit confusing. All right. So let me send the assignment to the group. So with that, now we've come to the end of the class. So we've come to the end of the class. Then I will send the assignment straight to the group. Then I'll try as much as possible to make sure that this recording is available today or tomorrow. Because plenty of people had left because of network. Right? Plenty of people had left because of network or their PC going off due to electric outage. So I'll try as much as possible to make sure the recording is available today. Okay, yes. Ask Mr. Solomon, he said it to be available. It ought to be available today. So I'll go back to him now because honestly, we need it. All right. So we need it. So with that, we'll come to the end of the class and all right. So everyone take care. I would write the assignments in the group chat. All right. So enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. Olajide, I see your message. All right. Okay. I think that. Okay. Olajide, you're unable to add color. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. So Olajide, click on your. Okay, coming. Olajide, click on the. Make sure the layer you're selecting is not locked. If your layer is locked, you'll not be able to do anything, right? So Olajide, click on the. If in fact, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Where is Olajide? Unmute yourself.
All right, sir.
Okay. Good. Okay. So select the icon. Have you selected the icon? That means the logo.
Even my icon did not have colors now.
Is it black?
No, it's still white. The fill is white.
The fill is white.
Yes, I've
Does
not
it
added
have
color.
stroke?
Yes, it has stroke, sir.
Yeah, just come to this place. Let me see. This is how it looked.
Yes, sir.
Just click on it. When you click on it, come to this place. Then you switch this panel here. This one that says swap fill. Just click on it. Because your own is black, has it turned to black?
No, there's a question mark. I don't get. There's a question mark on the fill part of it. The stroke is crossed,
That
but there's
means
a question
that
mark
is
on the
because
fill
you
part
are
of it.
you are selecting two elements together. Have you written the text?
Yes, sir.
That is because you have selected the two together. Just make sure it's one you select. Try and do that.
Okay.
When you click on one, look at the color panel place. It becomes no question mark will be on it. How about now? Hello, are you there? Alajide? Just select just one like this. In fact, let me move it to this place. Make sure what you are selecting is one. If let me show you what I'm talking about, right? Because they are of different colors. If I select them both, you see this is the question mark you'll be getting. In fact, let me even change this one to stroke. If I select them both, you'll be getting plenty question mark. Plenty. This is because everything is selected. You have to just make sure it is one. So to select one, you come on it, gone, 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 gone. You come on it, gone, 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 and click on it. Like you see, I selected this one, and immediately I have just one color here. If I click on this one, I have just one color here. Right? I don't know if you can
Let,
hear me or yeah. Yeah?
let me snipe my screen. Let me snipe my screen to you. Let me show you.
Okay, okay, okay. No problem.
The field changed, but the object in the artboard did not.
What color is in the
Yes.
field?
Okay. Blue.
Blue.
Yes, sir.
But in the artboard, did it not change?
Yes, sir. It did not change in the artboard.
Just snap your snap or snipe your screen, because you can actually snipe screen too. So let me see.
Listen, this is
Where are you sending it to? Here or WhatsApp?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said my network is giving me issues. I'm back now. I don't get what you said the last time.
No, I was saying, have you? You say you wanted to snap your screen and share, right? So I was asking. Okay, see, let's take this into DM me on WhatsApp. DM me on WhatsApp, so we'll not just keep everybody waiting. Call we've closed, all right? So just DM me on WhatsApp. All right.
So okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.